All right, just jumping right into it. We might try to get 3 done today if we can pull it off. Alright, so we are running a Guanlong breeding program and a Gigant Spinosaurus breeding program. Last time we picked up Guanlongs, we already hatched 1 clutch, looks like. So we're hatching the second batch, or trying to. Okay. So, question, well not question, thoughts. Hey Rugops, welcome to the stream. We might want to prepare some more exhibits here right away at the start. Maybe. We have 18 mil, should be fine. And I have reinserted the new modded settings back in here post-update as well. That's off the map edge there. We're kind of a big skivity Scipionyx, sure. That, yeah. Okay. I have an idea. I was thinking boat tour. Just thinking about how I might want to set it up. Let's get an exhibit started here for today before we properly start doing stuff. It's something we can start working on at the beginning of the stream while people filter in. Yeah, definitely. 100% Majungasaurus is a guaranteed pickup if we see one. I actually loaded the save earlier and re-rolled like 10 times to see if one would show up, and I never saw one, so we'll have to see if we can actually get one. So this is very elevated. I might want to redo that. Go. Let's start, you know, I could use this existing cliff. It's a little far away, but it's a place to expand towards. Let's play with this. Can you... Okay, how would you theoretically... So deep water... I guess maybe we could use rocks. I'm thinking about doing 2 herbivore pens, separated by deep water with a sauropod that can cross between the 2. What new mechanical addition would I want to see in the Rebirth DLC? I don't even know, because like it's so hard to come up with any good ideas for like a Rebirth campaign or mechanic, I feel like. There's like nothing from that movie that gives me any, you know, any ideas really, or any hope for something to see in game. This cliff over here has actual like decorative rocks in it, so it doesn't work that well for something like this. So maybe, okay, maybe we expand this out with water. I was curious to what degree I could make kind of almost like a big, like, Niagara Falls style waterfall. That was an idea I had for today. It's pretty decent. I don't even hate, like, the having, like, a gap there, maybe. Low-key, Rebirth might have been slightly racist. Wait, how so? I'm not even gonna inherently argue against that. I'm just curious how. The style of King Kong? Yeah. Maybe. I haven't seen or interacted with Primitive War in any capacity, either the movie or the franchise. I had no... These are the first I'm hearing racist allegations against Primitive War. But given that it's based on, like, the Vietnam War, I'm not shocked. There might be some racist shit in there. It's just period accurate. Okay, that's weird. Why did it do that? Okay. I think this is a decent start. Maybe I use, like, rocks here to section off the enclosure. I'll probably pen the whole thing up and then play with how to separate it out. Well, I suppose if I want the deep water separating out two enclosures, it becomes problematic too. I guess I just have to run the fence up to the edges. Maybe we'll try it with, like, a invisible fence later. I'm thinking this for, like, some sort of carnivore pen. The vaguely Aztec ruins on a random island who has never bothered to have culture mentioned. Yeah, that's definitely... I mean, I can see the argument. For me, it feels like it's more of just an aesthetic desire without, like, any thought behind it. Mm-hmm. Which I guess maybe is racist in its own right. The same kind of, like, racism through inattentiveness, essentially. Systemic shit. But maybe we flatten off the cliffs out here a little bit more, too. And that we can have more herbivore land. And a way for vehicles to move in. Oops. Okay, then over here we need a place, some way to get this to, like, link up, essentially. Ah, fuck you. Tried not to ruin it, but... An option to, like, keep the water from getting destroyed would be fantastic. Oops. Yeah. No, I get what you're coming from. Where you're coming from, I guess. Maybe? Sure. Don't remember what the cruise requires. I think this is enough to start with for this. Okay, Guanlong breeding program. Why am I not able to retry? What the fuck? Weird. Okay, neither of these is retryable, which is very strange. Cool bug. Maybe update related. Let's start an episode. Welcome back to King Dino's Prehistoric Playland, where the breeding programs are bugged from last time, maybe because the game updated since last video and this one. So we got to clear these out and try and just set these back up again. Out of curiosity. Yeah, showing red. Yeah, 0%. I assume none of these are going to work. Okay, you're able to... Okay, we'll do this one. We need them to really crossbreed. We need all of them to do their thing. We'll do that. We just had a Stiggy evolve, by the way, and we prepped a new bit of an exhibit area here with a nice big waterfall in the back. And we're going to try at some point, assuming we get the animals for it, a bit of a deep water separating two herbivore enclosures with sauropods that can wander between them type enclosure deal. I thought that might be fun. We might have to do a little bit more like design work here on it when we get around to that, but at least we got it started, you know, we got it out of the way. Let's clear this one as well because it's also bugged out and redo it. You and you. Get in there. Alright, we'll see if any of these fire, and then we can start researching boat tour, because I do want a boat. It's about time we get some other exhibit types or attraction types, you know, into this little park, so that it stops feeling like a dump. It's about time we move away from that. Okay, I assume both of these whiffed because we didn't get a pop-up saying somebody was moving in, which sucks ass. I cannot click on the nest because you're too close. There we go. Okay, retry does work when you refresh it, so maybe it's a exiting the game thing, or maybe it is a update thing. We'll never really know. One could argue Iron Man is politically incorrect because it implies a billionaire can be morally just. You know what? I agree. Correct. Accurate take. Yeah, maybe we'll have a couple of... we don't really know what we're going to get. It's really going to come down to... Ooh, Stiggies did a thing. We have our first instance of non-structured breeding occurring. JWE3 has apparently refreshed. And is now able to breed again. After 10 years, which I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. It's currently on our way to deposit a set of naturally bred eggs, which is great because I cannot get these breeding programs to fire. Did you drop them off? Sorry, was that a drive-by egging? That's not a nest. This is a nest. Where are you going? Claim Stiggy, sea animal claiming nest. Sorry, why'd you start walking away? Are you going to not lay the eggs? Are you bugging out? Wait, she turned them back. Maybe? Maybe it's working. Very funny. It looks like she's moving over. Okay, let's get these breeding programs fired again. Retry, do it. I really need those 4 gigants, because that is the best opportunity we've got to get some nice disposable babies. Okay, we got the eggs. We have 4 is pretty good. That's pretty nice. We can definitely grab something new soon. And the gigants went off too. Huge. Okay, so we'll let the Stiggies, the gigants hatch. Then we have like a broad selection of animals to choose from here when we're looking for a new thing. Why don't we redo this on you, and then we're going to pop into the research menu. We're going to push for boats. So we need tours first. Hey, Simon. Welcome to the stream. The Roomba's a clanger and it tried to eat your toes. That sounds like the start of the uprising. We should all be alert. It's already begun. Yep, the cramming a bunch of herbivores in is maybe a little too reliable, let's say. Okay, nest claimed, huge. And we got another claimed nest here on the Gigant. Boat takes 9. And I have 1 point on you. Let's do it. Okay, whole crew, get me boat. 4 more eggs. Fantastic. And where are we at on the timers? 1 minute claimed, not laid. What are you in? Are you? Oh my god! This place is popping off. I've never seen so many dinosaurs in here. That's like every interaction point like used up or something. That's kind of nuts. Maybe they stealth buffed it in the update to be better. Okay, still claimed, not laid. 2 minutes. Oh, I think the Stiggy's hatched. Lost track of time. Yep. Well, there they are. There's a new batch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Dino to the park.
All right, so Large Hotel is available. Did we get... Okay, sea animal claiming nest. I would really like you to actually lay the goddamn eggs. Let's figure out what we can get on the shop. And then if it's something with a large population, I might wait for the gigant eggs. And if not, then it's fine. I am going to just re-roll this. I assume this is what we had from last time. So we'll refresh for a fresh one. Okay. Oh, I got my boys. There's maybe an argument for something with a larger population so that we don't end up doing this thing where we breed like 2 clutches, which gets us 1 more animal, right? Do we think this Jurassic World game has every another Jurassic animal? I'm sure it will eventually. Maybe just 1. What map is this? Clark County or is it Arizona? This is the Badlands map. This is the Sandbox Badlands map. Like the border is not the square one. We could take more Gigants, but these have already been kind of annoying trying to breed them, so maybe I don't want more Gigants if they're not breeding well. 4 copies is kind of dodgy. Four micros. See, this would be really good if this was 4 females and 2 males. But being the opposite is not great. Like ideally we would get like 4 females and 1 male. That would be what we'd want to see. Chung, maybe. Still just 2 females, the extra male. I mean, we could always get rid of some of the excess males, I suppose. If I do the Chung, I need to set up the herbivore enclosures already. But I kind of got to do that anyway. Yeah, I mean, Chung is probably... Well, Loki is probably my favorite animal on this list. Actually, do we have... We don't have a Ceratopsian yet. Maybe we should do Loki. Because if we're probably starting a new enclosure anyway... You think they can go in the first? Do Chung and Gigant chill in this game? I can never remember. They do. I suppose that is an argument. Yeah, the same enclosure. Alright. I think the Chungs do make sense then. Let's do the Chungs. It's a good optimization for the enclosure. This was 5. So we got to trade off 5 animals. We just hatched a whole new batch of Stiggies. That gives us a Stiggy Moloch population of 4 juveniles and 5 adults, 9 Stiggies. Well, let's start by looking for some junk. Accommodating, humble, quench, small app is really nice. Tolerant, defensive is less so. 12 is another good female. Okay, 13 and 11 are siblings. If we like both of these females, clearing the 2 males probably makes some sense. Or maybe I should keep 1 male from the group. No, let's clear out the two males there. Everybody's descended from the first 3 anyways, so I think it doesn't really matter strongly who stays and who goes. How many Gigants do we have? Okay, we only got 2 juveniles in the last clutch. We haven't even seen what this one is doing for us. We still need to clear 3 animals here. And we're at 5 Guanlongs and 4 to go. So I think we'll do those two. We'll check the Guanlongs. Probably clear out a couple Guanlongs, maybe. I mean, these are probably the highest value animal in the park, right? Should we just keep these? 79, actually, only? Never mind. We can get rid of Guanlongs. And then maybe the Gigant finally lays a goddamn egg. There she is. She's slowly inching her way over. No, I release some aggressive animals that Clash the Cohabbing as well. That's kind of the way to do it. Alright. There's the Guanlongs. So 4 more babies. I like the ring around the neck, the collar. That's a good look. Very bird-like. One of the best juvenile animal models, I think. Just because of the tail. Having the little tuft of like feathers and then the adults having the more sexually mature tuft is like a really like premium juvenile design. Like fantastic. Also spots on the body feel very juvenile coded. Like I think a lot of the juveniles in the game are kind of duds, but not the Guanlongs. Okay, so we got Quenched. That was the old group. 6 is the start of the new one. So Quenched, small app. Quenched, small app. Well, they're not amazing, are they? So, 1 and 2 were male. So the new batch, we definitely need to keep any females we get. So 8 has to stay. 8 is the only second generation female. That's pretty rough. Yeah, not being able to turn off aggressive for like a ecosystem type build where you try minimal intervention does kind of suck. It should be in 100%. The sandbox settings are a mess. Half of them don't fucking work properly. It's not good. All right, so let's clear maybe 7. Nine is small. Yeah, it doesn't really matter who we clear here, actually. 7 and 9 are going to be 2 that we sell off. 9, 7. And we got 1 more to clear. How are the Dryos doing? 8 adult Dryos. No juveniles currently, looks like. Yeah, no custom challenge mode, which is needed because Sandbox doesn't have any actual difficulty settings that function. Okay. Do we have eggs? Do we at least have them laid? Oh my god, please. Move faster, you slow dipshit. I want to at least see how many eggs we got here, and then we'll probably sell one of the Gigants. Okay, 4. 4 is pretty good. So let's grab you. So we're trading 2 Stiggies, 2 Guanlongs, and 1 Gigant for 5 Chung Kingosauruses. So 5 and 6, we got a male and a female. Ooh, awkward. Actually, I'm going to keep these because it's a male and a female. In which case, we get rid of... another Stiggy, I guess? Oh, the other ones were all pretty good. What about an adult? No, we should keep... maybe keep all the adults. How many Corythosaurs do we have? 4 juveniles, 1 adult male, 3 adults total. Maybe we look at a Corytho juvenile. Male, female, male, and male. We have 3 males. Okay, this Quenched one goes. Number 2. Wait, that's an adult. No, it's not. I just can't tell because I'm only looking at him alone. There we go. The marketplace and Chung's. Buy now. Delivering to the holding pen. This one I think we said was safe completely. Yeah, I usually remember multi-select these days. Sometimes I don't bother when it's like 2 animals. It's 6 minutes on the eggs, god damn. Like doesn't save you that much time because you have to hit the confirm button and stuff. Like I might as well just click them all. It's like maybe one more click, but he's the original baby? Oh. Fair? Alright. Is he, yeah, matures in 2? Okay. Yeah, maybe we keep him around then. Good shout. I didn't, I forgot that we got one when we got them ordered. That's why he's number 2. Okay, so 10. And 1. Champlain Calcarana. Death Valley Calcarana. We'll just clear number 1, I guess. It's fine. I lost him. Oh, there he is. Alright, container release. You're gonna go do some AI shenanigans? You're gonna go destroy some local water tables? Alright, looks like at least 2 babies, 3 adults. Ooh, hopefully we have an adult female.
Gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Chunkingosaurus to the park.
We should have looked, like you could tell if they're, it tells you if they're juveniles, right? We could have looked at that info too. Okay, 2 adult females is huge. This worked out fine. And 1 male to breed them with. Alright, let's get these sedated and moved. And get our last animal sent off to the other zoo in exchange for these animals. Alright. No, catch you later, Simon. These are ground fruit and pasture. These are actually kind of shit? Yeah, they don't have any match on the actual needs. That's kind of bad. I don't think any of these were fruit, right? This is all fiber leaf. There's pasture at least. I might put these in a new pen. I think I will. So, maybe we get the boat tour set up. Oh, I forgot this thing is just enormous. Doesn't really have a large fruit need? Okay, it might work then. Let's, do we have open spots in here, kind of? We have stuff in the back. Like, I don't remember if this is actually environmental needs in the back here or not. If we put in a little bit of water, let's do this. Let's do one of these, and then clear most of it, like that. That way there's a second drinking hole to, like, push things back. And then, yeah, we'll have to figure out what we want to do here about the tour area. I could put it, like, maybe around the back. We've used wetland terrain to try and replicate a dried up river. I don't think I've done that. It was something I was thinking about with connecting like this to like this, but I figured the elevation wasn't really gonna work because this corner was kind of high, so I didn't really try. Never quite tell where it wants me to be. Requires water. What the fuck do you think you're in? There's no way I can get the other side through there. Alright, so we do... Let's get this side in first, and then adjust the scale of the river. Dude. Would I rename the series to Is It Morally Acceptable to Breathe with My Stepmother if my half-brother's doing it to my mother? You gave me $20. Yeah, probably I would, but probably for the best that you can't finance that choice. I may not need that kind of heat. Just be normal. Fuck. Why is it... Oh, because the fucking tour thing is nearby. What? Is that the actual problem? It must be. I don't know why the cliff is destroying itself. It's very annoying. Be a plot of an isekai by next year? I would not be surprised from what I've heard. Okay, so... What is the best way? Theoretically, I wanted to set up an two exhibits. Would I want to do something like run a fence across here? Then we do deep water right up to the fence. Okay, maybe. In deep water. Brrr! Fight me. Okay, it looks like shit, but it works. We're gonna do this. A little bit of that. And then maybe I can get a better curve on this so that it doesn't look so weird. And it just kicked me out for some reason. Cool. Yes, awesome, thank you. This is not the worst at all. In deep water, how? What are you fucking talking about? The fuck? Okay. Excuse me. Maybe it doesn't like the deep water being right by the fence. Maybe if we remove the deep water, then put it back in, it'll work. Here's an idea. Make the boat tour track put its own fucking water down. Don't make me have to toggle back and forth between water and tour trying to set this up. Just have it generate its own water. It'd be so much easier. Okay. Tour loop complete. Now, back to the deep water. Okay, this does essentially work. Wait, you can put in deep water underneath it after the fact. So even though it doesn't let you build it over deep water, you can put deep water under it. Which is also annoying. Okay. Oops. Undo. Okay. Well, theoretically, then, that'll be what we're looking at. And then I guess I'll turn this stick of land here into a carnivore pen like I was originally planning to. It'll just not be quite as big as I was hoping. So we'll move it a little bit more like that, maybe. Okay. Cannot move the water back anymore. Annoying. Everything is bad. Oops. I don't know why the terrain adjustment is sometimes inconsistent. And it doesn't do that, like, slope properly. If you had to force me at gunpoint to make a half-decent idea for an isekai, what would you probably do? Oh no, I've been come to dinosaur. Alright, let's start the path at the bottom. And then rebuild. You know what? We're doing this kind of just like the worst way to do it because the building is over here now, so like... Why are we even... Why the fuck did the slope stop working? I don't understand. It's gotta be because the boat tour is there. That's the only thing that changed to, like, break this. It's so dumb. Trying to follow the curve of the building there. Right, like that. Hmm. Why would it fucking do that? Fucking slow. Nah, it still ruins it. Okay, so... We just don't do it quite as tight to the cliff edge. Okay, or we do that and that also works for some reason. Sure. Okay. There. All right, that's going to be the boat tour setup, I guess. Actually, maybe we do a little ramp action as well. Back here. I hate that when you cancel the ramp, it cancels the terrain tool entirely. That way there's just kind of access down here in general. Okay. Alright, well, and we're not even doing this right now, I just decided to do it, and then it became a whole ordeal. Alright, let's, let this get done. Could expand this back more here. Oh no, that's the map edge. Just kidding.
Transportation underway. Heading to pick up the asset. En route to collect the asset. Heading to collect the asset.
We have the same brain cell. Can I have it during the stream? You can have it later. So there's almost nothing left here for an herbivore pen, I realize. I've kind of... Because we expanded the lake out. This could be like a carnivore pen, I guess. And then, like a small carnivore pen that can be shared with Brachy or something. Or maybe we just move it this way. Like it follows the boat tour. Shoreline there. That might work. Whatever. We'll figure it out later when we have to build it.
Asset has been collected.
Okay, Dryo just claimed a nest naturally too. That's great.
Transporting asset. Asset has been transported.
And this is the current state of the lake in the boat tour. This was a little bit of a pain in the ass to get set up.
Transit has commenced.
The boat tour really should just generate water underneath it, so that you have to switch back and forth if you're trying to make a narrow pathway. It's pretty annoying. 6 goddamn eggs, Dryos. Nice job. That's a lot. Appreciate it. Okay, Kentros are in. Or Chungs are in, I mean. So hopefully, I don't have anything too important in this corner, and we can get some of their plants back in here. Okay, looking okay.
Has been completed.
Everybody's happy and chill. Fantastic. Except for you, for some reason. What's going on with you? You're bugged. That's what's going on with you. You don't know where you are right now.
To avoid putting
Cool.
stress on
That's a fun bug. Love that. Mobile vet on the way. Okay. Well, we gotta wait for these two nests to clear before we can, move them around. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Giganspinosaurus to the park.
Need ground leaf. I could... Okay, yeah, actually, let's not put in more ground leaf. Let's see what we get here. A bunch of dryos. And then let's go through these two groups and clear some out. So, it'll take a moment for the nest to recover. So we probably just leave that. So let's re-roll. Okay. Not giving us a lot of females. Well, except for the all-female micro clutch. Now, here's an idea. We could take this and hope that we can get males later down the road. That we have, like, a whole batch of crossbreeding potential here with 6 females. I don't hate the idea. We would probably have to put these on, like, the boat tour or move stuff from the petting zoo if we wanted to put these in the petting zoo area, which is where they make more sense conceptually. I think I'm going to do that. All right. Nothing. Tolerant. Nothing. Docile. 18 is really the only, like, good one. The only one of any real note. Then on the Gigants. Okay, so the 8-year ones are the new ones. So 10, social, 11, nothing, 12, and nothing, 13, nothing. Yeah, so 10, 11, 12, and 13. Okay. So then the question becomes, who do I want to put on the boat tour? What do I want to do about that? I could start moving more animals out of here with the idea of putting the micros in here. That's an option. Let me think. Let's get a pen set up. So. Then there's the question of how do I section off the back? We said rocks, but now that I have the boats that tour there, that might be a problem. Hey, Primal Gamer. Hey, Biocraft. Welcome to the stream, both of you. Did I get hit by that mega snowstorm today? No, I don't think we had a ton of snow today, but also I didn't go outside at all today. So there's that. Now, if I put deep water here, is this going to ruin this? Eventually, yes. Because of the boat tour, it fucks up the slope. So it will ruin it. Oh, is this already broken? No. Well, we have... Yeah, actually, maybe we section off here. Maybe that'll work? Right towards that, like, lamp there, I guess. Yeah. We'll hit you tomorrow. Well, hopefully it's not too bad for you. Okay, that one is way too big. I wonder if that rock is going to do anything for me there. Did it just let me, like, block the boat tour? Okay, so let's me just straight up close off the boat tour with a rock, which seems counterproductive. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that will keep the two pens separated, theoretically. I'm going to try it. Yeah, they're a little fiddly, but when they work out well, they work out well. It's we're gonna try to do the whole like double herbivore enclosure with a sauropod territory that stretches between the two. That's at least the goal. Don't know how far I'm gonna actually want this to go, so maybe I just do something like this. Or I cut it off of here, and we keep it straight with that. That way it looks aligned. Yeah, like that. The boat tour is a little awkward to put in. Yeah, there's a lot of weather happening in the U.S. right now too. It's just, for me, it's just been really cold. So, all right. So herbivore enclosure 1, and then herbivore enclosure 2 over here. I think we'll get both of these made right now because we might as well. Now, what am I doing on this one? I could use the cliff. We could even incorporate the cliff into it. Like, I could build it like this, maybe. And then we have more space here for, like, other carnivore enclosures or something. Glad to see I'll never need money again. Yeah. The economy is far too forgiving, of course. We've ranted endlessly about it. Debating what I want to do. Maybe we use the gully. The gully's fun. Something like this. And I go down into the gully, I suppose. This seems fine. Alright, let's power all this shit. We were using JP stations, I think. If only money was as easy to get as it is in this game. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be great. I would love that. Yeah, I'm used to getting some Canadian weather overspill in Wisconsin, so even though I've been gone for a while, it's like I never left. Yeah, that covers everything. Oh, that's... Wait a second. That's the backup rock? Yes. So that's powered there. And there's a power thing here. This building might be running off backup generator. But if we put station in... How about here on the cliff? That's a perfect spot for it.
Your paddles and enjoy a river trip through time on the Cretaceous.
I'm not actually sure it's close enough for this fence to work. It showed that it would, but it was like really marginal. No, it is. Okay. Okay. We got 20 million to invest in a zoo. It could be, I suppose. These might be close enough to the cliffs to work. Well, it's a wacky enclosure shape. Yep, capitalism is built to make the rich get richer. That's what happens when the rich people set the rules of the game. They make it so they win. All right, let's pick out who we're going to get rid of here from micros. So 10, 11, 12, and 13. I think we'll get rid of 2 of these. So, 2 females and 2 males in the new clutch, a female and a male in the old clutch. If we get rid of 1 female, 1 male from the new batch, then we can crossbreed the other generations theoretically, and that's good. So, a male with no traits, a male with no traits, a female with no traits. So 13... then I'm just going to do 12. So 12 and 13. Um, 12, 13. I hope that actually was 13. Yes. Okay. And 1 minute on the nest reset. And we can do a chung breeding program. For the Dryos... 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14? Yes. So 2 males and a bunch of females. So one of the males can go. 19 is tolerant. 14 is nothing. 14 definitely goes. Then we got 15, 16 can go, 17, 16 and 17. 16 and 17. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to get rid of 1 more baby for the micros. And then we need to think about who goes where and start spreading out a little bit of the enclosures here. Maybe a Dryo. Maybe 1 more Dryo. I don't know. We got almost all the babies there kind of sold off. Not great. I also don't remember which ones I tagged. We'll let them get sedated and find 1 more. Well, theoretically, some of the other adults will eventually lay eggs, and so it won't necessarily have to be his own siblings that he gets to know carnally. So 14... No, 14's trained. So we have 15, tolerant and docile, 16, 17, and 18. 18's the good one. Okay, so we'll also get rid of 15, I guess. Fuck it. One more Dryo cleared out. Number 15 or whatever. Sending away 6. 4 Dryos, 2 Gigants to a farm upstate, who is sending us in exchange 6 female micros. Which I'm going to go ahead and deliver and then sedate. I think I delivered them to the one that technically has a hitbox issue, so that's probably not great. But there's probably a storm coming in, judging by the panic. So, there's that. And then we're going to move some of the larger ones into these like longer-term herbivore pens back here. Probably the Corithos go. Okay, Stiggy just claimed a nest on me. I didn't even notice. Thank you, I guess.
Working with Cabot, I'm more wary about delegating tasks than I'd like to be. However, I trust you with this one. Please don't make me regret that.
I guess that's not actually a storm.
I recognize that this site needs to generate an income, but the dinosaurs' welfare must always come first.
Okay, well, what do we get? We got 3 Stiggy eggs. MVU dispatched. Somebody is sick in here with undiagnosed ailment. Fair. Anything happened in the last 5 minutes? No, it was mostly just me deliberating over which animals go and whatnot. Where are these micros? Wait, these are the Stiggy eggs. Wait, who the fuck was in here? Dryos again. Oh, good thing we cleared out more Dryos, because there we go. Okay, medical's done their job. What happened? Is it because we're like backlogged on notifications? What happened to the micros? Where are my micros? Hello? I got ripped off? The fuck? Yeah, research progression is definitely something I'm going to take a look at modding. When I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do to, like, improve the difficulty level of this game.
We are pleased to welcome a Dryosaurus to the park.
Okay, so... First things first. Small app, nocturnal, tolerant, humble. Sure, fine. What the actual fuck happened to my micros? There's not some weird thing with them being put somewhere else. No. What in the hell? Do I reload? What do I do? I just overwrote my other... Oh no, it's saved under the same name. Cool. Fantastic. I'm gonna reload. But scammed with like a complete non-delivery? Is that actually a thing? Like... Is that intended? I feel like there's no way that's intended. Here's the results of the reload. Why are there choppers? Why are there, like, crate choppers flying all over the place? Those are the ones that would, like, carry in the crate, right? And, like, these aren't the ones that appear when I sell an animal. So where the fuck did these come from? They're all going different directions. They're just flying away. More are coming! What is happening? What the fuck? They're just milling around the park. What the fuck happened to the game? Do they just keep, like, reappearing from the corners when I'm, like, not looking? Well, this is concerning. Ah, shit. Well, okay. Curious. Just a little science here. How about we take... We traded 6 animals, so if we grabbed, say, 6... galleys, I guess? And I say deliver them over here. Purchase complete Gallimimus. Why are there... So this one works. But now I'm going to have helicopters flying over my park all the time. I guess we're doing galleys now.
Gallimimus is a sociable animal, but its speed is what stands out to me. Ranger teams are going to have their work cut out for them.
I was kind of hoping this would, like, at least maybe restart the helicopters. I probably should have reloaded an autosave and made an additional backup. What do I do? I don't want helicopters flying over the entire goddamn park build continuously. Maybe delete the landing pad? Ooh, good idea. Yeah, maybe that works. Leave me alone! Go away, please! Just leave me alone! No, they keep coming back! They just reappear over here! Isn't nature majestic? A migrating flock of helicopters passing overhead. Fuck. Okay. Let's try another load with the thing deleted. Ah. What in the the game just blinked. Maybe they'll leave. Maybe that's what the blink was. Nope. Nope. Yep, I heard another one coming in. Oh my fucking god. Wait. Wait. Look, do you notice what I'm in a cutscene right now. The UI's gone. There's only a skip button in the corner. I made it worse. Yeah, the blink was the game trying to spawn the crate. It would put me in the cutscene, but the crate never appeared. Go away! Maybe if I stay over here, they'll disappear. We'll just stay over here where it's nice and peaceful. Fuck. I've only made one save the whole night, and it was after the bug. I have no backup save for the last hour and a half. I didn't expect the marketplace to bug on me and spawn helicopters forever. Fuck. Let's load the actual hard save we made. Yeah, I think this park might be dead. There's no way I'm going to play this park with helicopters buzzing in my ears constantly. That's not happening. These are the delivery helicopters. They're supposed to... There should just be the one for the micro crate. Like, what are they even... What? It's weird that it spawned like 5 of them. See, this one doesn't do the blink. Blame Mahjong for this? Yeah. Alright, I'm going to close the game. We're going to close the game. We're going to reload it completely. I have no reason to believe that this will help, but I might as well try it. Yeah, we could try letting an autosave happen and reloading an autosave, maybe, but let's full restart the game first, at least. And if this doesn't work, maybe we'll look for something else to do here at the end of the stream. And we'll scrap the park build, because it's a game-breaking bug. Yep. We'll let it run for a little bit, wait for an autosave. Try reloading the autosave. Why have you forsaken me, God? Why?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Pollock to the park.
I'd already tried deleting the marketplace before. I did it really quickly, you might not have noticed, so... Alright, surely there's been an autosave by now. 9:49, 2 minutes ago, that should be good. What did you miss, Tony? The entire fucking park broke. That's what you missed. The game's bugged. Welcome to the stream, by the way.
It is important that you observe good hygiene. Hand washing stations are available.
Look, what is this? Wait. That's new, at least. Well, if anybody was wondering how the park is getting along, this is what we're dealing with. So I think we end this park build here. I think it's officially cooked. It's over. It's dead. It's done for. R.I.P. It was not meant to be. It turns out you, in fact, cannot save a roadside attraction from itself and turn it into a real park, because JWE3 won't let you. So yeah. I don't have a backup save. I haven't saved all stream until this happened, so I'm not gonna redo the hour and a half that it took to get this video started. So no other episodes in this park build ever. What is the next park idea? I've got a few, but I haven't decided because I didn't think I needed to get another park prepped. So, what did we learn? We learned don't use the marketplace. It's cursed. This shit don't work. Or at least save before every transaction on the marketplace in case it bugs. Like this. Well, this is a cool park build, but we kind of saw everything it really had to see anyway, I guess. Hey, wait, the UI is... Oh, no, I'm in capture mode. Just kidding. I was going to say, the UI disappeared. Where'd the UI go? Okay, well, we are... other than the species diversity, this is like a 4-star park. Like, for the actual base game sandbox settings. Of course, these are the super hard ones we made, so... It was like the park's done anyway. Alright, I have an idea for something that we could do here on the stream. But I don't know if it exists, so let me do some research. Thank you for the super chat to mourn the loss of the park. I appreciate it. Try and squeeze in the Dino Kairos Park tonight. I think we've kind of figured that out, like conceptually. I have an idea that we'll do instead. I just need to see if all the pieces are here. That's modified 121. Might do a little tier list thing, because I've kind of been meaning to talk about the mail. So that could be something we do here at the end to make another video to fill in the week. Ooh, this one's got Majungasaurus in it already? Okay. I think that's Majungasaurus. I can't fucking tell. Must be. Okay, let's get something together here. Yeah, it's Majungasaurus's fault. He cannibalized the game. So let's see. We'll get a hatchery set up here, and I want to look at we're gonna rank all the males in the game. Was I on the creative settings? Yeah. Okay. So we actually didn't even need the power. Cannot modify genome. Is that because I don't have an arrival point? Okay. Let's see now. How do we lay this video out? We get a baby tier list in 2025. We will do a baby tier list as soon as we have a species viewer where I can see the fucking babies. Because you can't see them. You could see them in campaign once you breed them, but I don't think I ever unlocked all the babies. I could set it up. Maybe we could do it that way. Maybe I get a campaign save that has all the babies unlocked. I don't know. All right, let's get a browser window capture going. So we got something like this. We need to crop this. Still feels like 2019. That is the truest thing anybody's ever said. I don't know where time goes anymore. How do I want to set this up? Okay. We have to crop this further. Yeah. I'm losing some patience, I'm not gonna lie. Honeymoon period's kind of over with the game. Things are starting to bugging me. Okay, so maybe we do something like this. Right, tier list up in the corner, and then we can still see the animals. I think this will work. Yeah, the Mahjong cannibalism thing is probably not that special. It just happens to be the one that's associated with it. All right. Well, since our last park build broke and died horribly due to a game-ending bug, we're going to do a tier list for all the male dinosaurs in the game. I need funny labels. Hold on. Let's not do this yet. Let's stop. Let's cancel that. Throw that away. We'll do a new intro. These need to be funny labels. All right. Worst tier, how about delinquent father? How do you spell delinquent? Where's D tier? Yeah, this one didn't have a D tier. That's fine. We're gonna rename all these. Something funny. My phone will respond. There we go. Nope. Nope. There is a delinquent. That makes sense. Yeah. Delinquent father left for SIGs. She took the kids is not bad either. I was thinking something like no. S tier, I got S tier. S tier is just hot dad. What goes in between a hot dad and delinquent father left for SIGs? Hmm. About shared custody. DILF tier. That's kind of hot dad, but like maybe. Hmm. We don't need the father part here specifically. What's between shared custody and left to go get cigarettes? Wait. Stay at home dad. Stay at home father. Shared custody. Shows up for birthday. Okay. I think that works. I think that's our tiers. Went for milk. That's just a different version of left to go get cigarettes. That would like that would kind like she won the kids, she took the kids would kind of still be like show up for birthday tier, right? Maybe this one should change. Maybe we need a new B tier. Um what would be a better version of this? Hmm. A B tier is the same thing. Dad bod. Yeah, I was thinking like TV dad or like a dad that sits on a couch, a lazy father, but I can't think of a good label for that. Slob dad? Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson tier. Yes. That's it. Homer Simpson tier. That encompasses all of this. All right, let's start it with this, I think. All right, we're ranking all the males in JWE3 because our last park build is Dead in the Water. We've got 5 tiers. Hot Dad Homer Simpson shared custody, shows up for the birthday, and left to go get cigarettes. So we'll start with Acro. We're just going to go alphabetically here. We'll do the dinosaurs, then we'll do the aquatics and marines at the end. And this is going to be my gut feelings, I guess. This is fairly impromptu. Now, part of this is going to be in comparison to the females too. So this is kind of also like a tier list reviewing the dimorphism as well. That's kind of all part of the same thing, right? I think the male pattern here is an improvement. I like especially the leg stripes. I think the thigh striping there is good. But it's not like revolutionary, right? Kind of just like a good, simple linear improvement. It's like a good tiger stripe palette for an acro. I'm feeling Homer Simpson tier. This is pretty good. This is definitely not tippy top tier, but this is solid. Is there any silhouette difference? No. See, missed opportunity to not give this more of a raised spine. I feel. I don't know if I feel like that should be a point against it. That, like, it kind of has an obvious thing they could do for the male that they didn't do. Let's leave it there for now. All right. Next animal, Albertosaurus. Yeah, this is not much of anything. I would say the pattern. Yeah, we could do the exact same to like compare, but it also bugs out, so it's hard to like switch between them consistently. But yeah, like this is Gambia Calco on both, for example. I don't know. The Acro or the Alberto pattern never did anything for me really traditionally, and this new one is also pretty weak, I think. No like interesting dimorphism with like the head crests. Like this could have been an interesting opportunity to really dial back the head crests on the female, and they didn't do it. So like points off, I think. I said with the Acro we weren't going to give it points off, but that's because the Acro looks good. And I think this doesn't. This is going, I'm going to put this in shows up for birthday tier for now. This may drop lower. This male does nothing for me. I don't like it. Allosaurus. We're only gonna only rank the ones that have the dimorphism. So we're sticking with the default. So, the Frontier Splotch Allo. Where most of the Theropods pattern changes and not model changes. Good fucking question. Yeah, they went overboard on, like, giving ceratopsians the same dimorphism for every species. And then for, like, you know, the theropods with obvious display features that they could similarly embellish, they just kind of ignored them. Like, dude, is there any difference in the head crest here? No, right? These are just identical. Why did the pattern change? Maybe I had the wrong one. Wait, why is the pattern a different color on these? Pilo... One is allegedly green? But it isn't? That's just a bug, right? Okay. Slightly reduced spines on the... Is there slightly reduced spines? No. On the male, maybe? Am I seeing things? Well, whatever physical differences there are here, it's minimal. I can appreciate some tail striping, I suppose. But it's also just kind of there on the female. Left to go get cigarettes. This sucks. It's already an animal that I really hate what they did with it for the colors. I don't hate the Battle of Big Rock Aloe. I like it, actually. But I like this. I don't like any of these. These all look weird. The colors just look like he rolled in paint or something. And the male is doing nothing to fix that. You don't even have a dude, so we're going to skip you altogether. Anki. Yeah, I will generally stick with the Frontier model for Aloe still, because I really like the Frontier model for the Aloe, so that's an easy choice for me to make. Amazon Rainforest, so... I like that the male has a more solid color patterning on the back here versus the female's like weird pseudo stripes in between the plates that just makes it look like the paint is rubbing off of her. But this is clear. This is clear cut. Is there any difference on the horns? Maybe the spikes on the side of the body are slightly longer. This is clear. This is clearly left to go get cigarettes as well. Garbage. Garbage. Apatosaurus. Do I need to say anything about this one? Like, he gets some little like skin sores. This is hideous. Garbage. Cigarettes tier. Alright, Argyrnithomimus. Now, at least this guy's got colors on his side. Maybe let's do... Yeah, that one has a little bit more of a thing going on. Yeah, give me that. I appreciate that, like, the striping is, like, more omnipresent, I guess, in a way. Okay, I don't want to just put like everything in garbage tier. I think I'm gonna put this guy in shows up for birthday tier, because like, what, you don't really expect much for this, right? Like Anki, Allosaurus, these are animals that have like substantial display features that lend themselves towards making the male look like something. This guy is just a weird naked chicken. He doesn't do anything, so I can't really expect this to be much better than this, like for a naked one. So I'm gonna put him there. And then Apato is just worse. So Apato is clearly in that tier. Atrocity. An animal that has grown on me over time. Now, this is the first example of, hey, it's a small theropod. Put quills on it. So he doesn't have a mohawk though. He's got like this little patch of quills. And then, like, the pattern, weirdly more subdued than the female, which is strange. Let's look at some other ones here. Maybe some, let's do some black. Some purple and some red. So the quills do make some more sense on the Atrociraptor because the Atrociraptors do specifically echo, amongst other designs in the franchise, they echo the JP3 Raptors in terms of the design. So I'm a little more okay with the quills here. The patterning probably is worse. It's hard to say. Like this like random blue splotch looks like shit. Right? But when we were looking at the white one earlier, like that's not bad. And then this just kind of fucking sucks. Yeah, this is like facial patterning. Like this is like very subtle and this is very saturated, and that does feel more male coded on the female. This is a hard one to evaluate. It's a little strange. It's about all I expected for an Atrocity. Which is an animal I don't use that much. I'm feeling generous, which is birthday tier. Birthday tier is generous for this animal. But they did something with it. It's hard to evaluate too because it's not an animal I said I was more fond of it now than I used to be because of, like, the show, but I'm still not particularly fond of the design, right? I think we'll leave it in birthday tier. Austroraptor. There's a nice red-orange. Can throw on these. So, this guy's got a nice little turkey beard thing going on here. That's pretty good. That is the kind of display feature I expect from a bird. I feel like this could have been exaggerated even more. Like if this beard like draped all the way down to like the level where his hands were, that would be sick. Like a turkey, like a big stringy feathers coming off the neck. I would like that. But yeah, I also appreciate the feather embellishment on the head, not just being like, here's a big, crazy, like, mohawk. It's like this little, like linear ridge of feathers on the forehead. That's more unique than doing the obvious mohawk. This is definitely the best male we've seen so far. What about the tail fan? Tail fan is maybe the same size, maybe a little bit bigger. I'm not really sure. I like that the color is like on the wings and on the tail. More so with the male. Like the female has some very strong patterning, but then the male integrates more color into it. That's a hot dad tier, I think. That's one hot dad. Baryonyx. Everybody's favorite design in the franchise, of course. We got a raid from Eric the Duck on Twitch. Thank you for the raid, Eric the Duck. Our park crashed and burned, so now we're tier ranking male dinosaurs. So we're not actually park building anymore, unfortunately, but alright, so female Baryonyx, male Baryonyx. I mean, the pattern's something. It certainly does exist. I think I generally like the yellows better. Maybe we do like this. Is that? Yeah, Paparana. I don't think I can put this any higher than Left to Go Get Cigarettes, unfortunately. Baryonyx, bottom tier, male. This is... I mean, I don't hate this pattern. It's just the patterns on these also just kind of suck. No dick, no balls, and probably no butthole. Jeez. harsh, but maybe true. I think we're taking like an animal with one of the most limited palettes in terms of patternings, and we're like technically improving it, but who cares at that point? Because like this is still very limited. Like I don't know. I'm slightly tempted to put it higher because I do think this is an improvement, but it's kind of just squiggles. Brachiosaurus. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it in cigarette tier. He's got like a little bit of striping on the shoulder and like a line on the neck. This is also just bottom tier. Bottom tier. Terrible. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Eric. Catch you later. Also left to go get cigarettes. Carnotaurus. Now, there's only one good color palette to use for this guy, and that is, well, one good pattern. Rana is the only pattern that doesn't look like dog shit. And if we do a Death Valley Rana male, it looks like this. And if we use the other ones, they look less bad. I like the dark on the face with this male. This one does have smaller horns on the female. Unlike the Aloe and Alberto, they actually did put dimorphism into the horns. Problem is, we never see this in the franchise. Every Carno we see is just like this. It's just bighorn Carnos, always. But I don't hate it. It's complicated. I also appreciate keeping the canonical pattern on the female, even though in the terms of like Carnotaurus, it's kind of ambiguous if this should even be the female. Because Toro is canonically a male, right? Which kind of implies that this should be the male patterning, and that like this should be maybe the female Carno in the franchise, but this has never been like canonized. And this kept the big horns. Interesting. This is Homer Simpson tier. They tried. This is okay. I like the animal. This doesn't ruin it. I think it's got kind of suffers from maybe some of the same issues the franchise animals do, where, you know, there's some stuff you can say about you know, the accuracy of these choices and like the canonicity of what they've done here for an animal that probably canonically has a male and female design already present, like. But it's not bad. Isolating her from what it should look like in the franchise, it's not bad. But it does get points off. All right. Carnotaurus. Sonoran, Rana. Sonoran, Rana. So, we no longer have an accurate female Ceratosaurus, but we never did. Because this animal was completely redesigned versus what it actually looks like in JP3, where it looks like dog shit. And instead they made it look good. So I'm fully on board with this redesign. And this male fucking slaps. This is fantastic. This is hot dad tier. Unambiguously. Where'd he go? There he is. Fantastic, fantastic male. I like the shape of the horn quite a lot. It's got kind of this flatter look to it instead of this very like you know, the nose horn on the Ceratosaurus in JP3 is like every conical horn that like every animal in the franchise has, and this has more of this blade. And I really like that. I really like the way they kept, you know, the striping to echo a bit the canonical pattern, but they like took their own spin on it, and I think it looks great. I like the face. I like the way the stripes are on the face, kind of angling down towards the mouth. I think that's fun. And he's got little brow horns that I don't think, they're kind of there, but yeah, no. Love it. Fantastic. The baby is hot garbage. Spoiler. The baby, terrible. Hideous baby. Awesome male. Chasmosaurus. This is a case of one of the animals where they changed the female design. So this is not just a new male, this is a new female. Maybe this is maybe slightly larger frill. I think it is. I think at least it's like wider across than it was in JWE2. And then this is obviously like very shrunk down. Feels a little weird to me. It's like the obvious low-hanging fruit for the ceratopsians. Yeah, the Chasmo baby's dog shit too, for sure. It's not the worst ceratopsian we have in terms of the designs, I would say. This frill feels too small. I think they went too far on shrinking this down on the female. And the pattern, like, it's not bad on the frill. The body spots are a little... Something feels a little off with these. I don't know how to quantify that. It just... Maybe it's because it gives me kind of giraffe vibes, and, like, I don't associate a ceratopsian with, like, giraffe vibes. I don't love it. I'm torn between shared custody and shows up for birthday. It's probably... Okay, we're going shared custody. Here's the logic with shared custody. Out of the animals where they have the difference in the frill size for the male and the female, like a substantial difference, I think this is probably the best example of that. Spoilers, the Sinoceratops and Triceratops do this, and both of those really suck. This one I don't like, but it looks less bad, I think. So, even though it's very underwhelming, I'm going to put it perfectly in the middle. Alright, my boy Chungkingosaurus. Mangrove? We gotta do Darth Maul shit here, always. Got the best Darth Maul I can do? I guess. That's just the same guy. I think the neck waddle, this should be like a male feature. I think I'm like canonically in the franchise, this was the first like dimorphism trait we had was a neck waddle for the Buckrex. And then we don't have like any like males that actually have like a waddle. This is like my favorite Stegosaurian in the game, but this male fucking sucks. Left to go get cigarettes. Dog shit. Coelophysis. I think it's kind of fun. That this guy had, of course, this little spinal pattern, and then when they make the male, all they do is they give him like a kind of a different sort of vertebra pattern going down the tail. That's kind of funny. And then there's more of a stripe along the face. Apparently the plates are slightly different. Pretty sure they are. Yeah, there might have been a slight difference, but like I need to see them like literally overlap to believe that. I do like this tail pattern. It also reminds me of snakes. I think that's kind of fun. It's not amazing, but it's about what you expect for a scavenger. Honestly, Homer Simpson tier, it's not like blowing my socks off, but this is about like the best you can expect really for a small animal like this without doing something completely ridiculous. I think I like it. I mean, it's very simple, but it's a unique pattern. Like this tail thing, they don't do this on any other animal. That's worth some points. They didn't just do frontier splotches. And we got this guy, this little monster. Um, yeah, this doesn't do anything. Left to go get cigarettes tier. This is nothing. This guy essentially doesn't have dimorphism. You know what? No, shows up for birthday tier. We know what this animal's dimorphism looks like in the franchise, and it's just color palette. This thing shouldn't have a huge substantial difference because really the difference is like saturation, with like one being more of a gray and one being more of a light green. So theoretically, the proper way to do like male female is to do like this. So in that sense, it is kind of what it should be. Should this be mid-tier? Because like this is an animal that canonically shouldn't be substantially dimorphic. Is something supposed to happen? What, switching between these two? You know what? Hot take, mid-tier. This is how compy dimorphism should be. This is correct. All right, concavenator. So he gets like a different snout shape. Yeah, I like that. I like that the snout's a little more rounded. Yeah, some animals not having visible dimorphism, especially where it's supported with the franchise, is fine. That's part of the awkwardness of like tier ranking these, is because like not every animal should be a banger, right? Yeah, let's make that very clear right now. Every animal should not be top tier. There should be animals in like shared custody tier, right? These like perfectly acceptable takes. The problem is for some animals that really feel like they should have dimorphism, things that are like heavily covered in display features like Allosaurus and Kylosaurus, they don't look good. But like Compy isn't the kind of animal where you wouldn't expect there to be much dimorphism. So that one, you know, perfectly fine that it's there like that. It's a little bit vibes based, like for sure. So the quills are longer on the arms. Presumably the head too. Yeah, substantially so on the head. What is this pattern though? Like this pattern's ridiculous. Should Archie be moved up then? You know what? That's a fair point. Yeah, I think so. I think Archie should be moved up. I think that I like that. Yeah. Animals that like don't have substantial dimorphism and probably shouldn't should be like shared custody tier, I think. I don't really like a lot of these patterns I'm seeing here. This is really weird. I don't know what the logic is here with this, like... I like the little spots on the neck, like right there. But this bit on the hip is, like, wacky. Yes, I saw the stuff about the Diplodocus coloring in real life. Very cool. It's my favorite sauropod, so... Should conch be high tier or top tier? I'm not sure I can put it on top tier. Because I don't really like the male's patterning work here on the top. I do like the bottom, though. But that's also just kind of present on the female. I mean, I guess you can kind of do something like this, where the patterning on the thighs is not that noticeable, and it's like not that bad. This is a hard one, because the only grievance I have with this is the pattern. I like the skull shape with the... Oh, it's even like a little double crest on the nose there. That's fun. And then presumably this one is pretty much... There's still a little bit of a V there, but yeah. Like, I like the head shape changes. I the quills make sense on this animal for this being quilled. I appreciate that it's not just quills on the head because it's got quills on the arms too. An animal we know had quill knobs. That makes sense. Yeah, the dimorphism physically is great. It's just the pattern that leaves me hung up. I'm going to put it in Homer Simpson tier. But we're going to put him at the front. Even though we're not actually sorting the individual tiers by like who's actually better, we're going to put him ahead. Yeah, it looks good as long as the thighs are dark, but it's still a bit of a problem. Let's look at a light one. What if we did this one, but it was on more of an orange? Eh. We'll put him at the bottom of Hot Dad tier, I guess. That is one of the better examples of physical dimorphism. I think it still has to win because of that. He just got frontier patterned a little bit. Is what it is. Corythosaurus. So his helmet changes, of course. Oops. I was like, where's Calcarana? There it is. So yeah, small crest, large crests. And that is probably the only difference. And that's probably fine. These are features that should be probably size dimorphic. In terms of pattern work on the new one, I mean, it's kind of echoing the female color palette, just with some more exaggerated spokes on the head. And I think I like that. I think this is a perfect example of a nice, solid shared custody tier. Probably. Why is Corey's leg so thick? Because he's thick. Is the male like more meaty? Probably not. I mean, the hadrosaurs are probably should be pretty bulky. You may be the #1 Corythosaurus fan. You may be. I'm debating putting it a step higher. Problem with the Cory is again having like a really shitty color palette for the patterns as well. And like having some color selections that don't mesh well. I think if this guy had a better color palette, I would put this up a tier. But since it doesn't, yeah, the crest is definitely the highlight of this design. This is a good design. It's also somewhat like film accurate because it still kind of references the you know, crest design we already have, which I like. You would say high tier. I'm willing to put him in Homer Simpson tier for you. That's as high as he gets. Dinocaurus. It's pretty much the same guy, different striping. I don't know if there's any actual physical difference on these guys. I don't know if there's any increased size on the hump. I don't think so. No difference in the feathers draping off the tail, really. Yeah, I almost always just do the canonical Corythosaurus colors, too. This guy's tall enough, the tier list gets in the way a little bit. Hey, Diablos, how's it going? Diablos. Well, we did a park earlier and it bugged out and ruined the whole park. So now we're tier ranking male dinosaurs. What's going on with his spine there? What is that glitch? Feathers are losing their mind. Yeah, we can put him like this. Problem is when we reset the camera, he goes back there. We can, I'll just have to always rotate it. But yeah, I don't think there's any real difference in the face design. I don't hate it though. I think this is shared custody tier. This is an okay dad. It's nothing special. Nothing special, but it's not disturbing. I don't think it goes in Homer Simpson tier because it's not doing anything for me. I think we're gonna solidly keep shared custody tier for the animals who like don't really have meaningful dimorphism. When that feels okay that they don't have meaningful dimorphism. Deinonychus, if you prefer. Don't do that. Let's do Rana. Death Valley, sure. So, female, smooth, male. He's got the crest. Kind of like the Austro crest, where it's not really a mohawk as much as it is a ridge of feathers. Have a distinct looking male without actually changing the design. True, yeah, the pattern is noticeable, 100%. Don't know if there's much of a difference in like the width of the tail on the Deinonychus. I don't think so. Hot dad for Deinonychus? Or Dinokairos? I don't feel hot dad tier for this. But it is better than many others. I'm gonna put that in a Homer Simpson tier. JWE Deinonychus the female just for the bit. We won't do that to her. That's just rude. Dilophosaurus. So this is one that is just it's just wrong. Left to go get cigarettes tier. What is this? So this is probably the first example we found where very clearly this female design is just not correct. It's just wrong. What this should have been is this should be the pattern for the female, obviously one. And then the male should be this but bigger. This was the perfect opportunity. This is what I thought they were doing when this animal was first revealed for 3. This was the perfect opportunity to have the size discrepancy be resolved by being a male-female thing. And they didn't do it. Blah! F tier. Terrible. That implies that the JP Dilophosaurus is transgender, which it might be, but I never took the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park to actually physically appear outwardly as a male, only that they would, develop the necessary sex organs to reproduce. If the dinosaurs completely changed their skin patterns, surely the park owners would have noticed that. So yeah, hate it. Dimetrodon. Yeah, what is this pattern? Just some little splashes of color there on the top. Oh, I guess it's just, okay, because there's like an interior stripe and an exterior stripe. It's 2 colors. Weird. This feels like a more natural pattern with the little eye spots. You like the TED Talk videos? I'm glad to hear that. I like making the TED Talk videos. I think they're fun. It's a fun way to present them. Yeah, he's also a juvenile. I stand by that canonically. That was the intent. That's what all the classic trilogy support for the Dilo shows, but whatever. Yeah, I don't think this does anything. This is like a weird choice, I think, for pattern. It looks really weird, especially when it's just like the two, like, it's like the second and third stripe out of like 5 on the sail there that get the extra splash of color. It's very weird. Also, this guy's got hot pink. That's strange. This is an animal that I feel like should have the sail as a substantial display feature for the males. Yeah, making a distinct sail pattern was like the easiest low-hanging fruit, and they couldn't even pull it off. I agree completely. Like this, I like the patterns, like the eye spot look. I think they should have just taken this and cranked it up a little bit more, and they would have had it. This is weird. This is just feels like they just threw color on there. It really feels like this thing just got painted. Like paint just dripped on them. It looks like those like shirts people have that have like paint on them. I'm not feeling generous. I'm feeling left to go get cigarettes tier. Well, no, yeah, because the female looks like a. No, it doesn't evoke the rage in me that a lot of the other ones do. Shows up for birthday tier. This is a bad shows up for birthday. But this isn't on par with, like, the sauropod males or, like, the Dilophosaur mistake. Like, a lot of these are starting to get so bad down here, we got to be a little more picky, I think. We're already filling up cigarettes tier. All right, my boy Dippy. You know what? Quilly and Calco is a good combo. So what do we got? We got same stripes, but bigger. Have I seen the Adaphosaurus from Carnivore's Triassic? No, I have not. Yeah, this is probably cigarettes tier. I like this guy. Missed opportunity to do something with the male. It doesn't offend me. It's just lackluster. But maybe lackluster is like also a sin. It kind of is. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it belongs in cigarettes tier because this is, again, from a meta standpoint, this is a missed opportunity to put some more interesting skins on sauropods. They could have improved the underwhelming patterns by just making a better male, and they didn't do it. So even though at a glance I don't hate this, we're going to put this at the bottom tier for the missed opportunity this represents. All right, Dreadnoughtus. You get some white stripes on the back there. Interesting. Kind of like the yellow. It's not amazing, but I like it more than the other ones. Yeah, I think I'm feeling birthday tier for this. I never did get a good sense of whether there was a size difference too, because the animations on the website really made it look like the male was substantially bigger, but that doesn't appear to be the case here in the hatchery. But maybe that's because they're scaled similarly in the hatchery preview. But looking at them in game when we used them last time, they didn't really look like there was much of a size difference. So I think it's just a weird thing with the choice of gift they put on the website for these guys. But I still think it is better than most of the other ones. Yes, shows up for birthday tier. It's at least on par, like the Dimetrodon. It's something. All right. Break time. I'm going to go grab a fresh drink, and then we'll continue with Dryo. Rather not stare at the ass to tell a gender. Well, bad news. Yeah, I if there's a size difference, it's subtle enough with like animations that you kind of need to extract the models. Do a real close-up comparison, and that's not something I can do. All right, Dryo. We go from this to this, which is not anything. But this is another animal that probably shouldn't be super dimorphic anyway. And some of the patterns are better for it. Like, there's a little more color going on here with this Papu. I think this is perfectly mid-tier. Underwhelming, but, like, kind of expect it to be. Old Eddie. So, the fleshy head crest being the primary sexual dimorphism thing makes a lot of sense. Some people had hoped this would have a crestless female, so you could recreate the website design exactly. But I understand why they didn't do that. Of course, echoes, you know, a rooster a bit. The head colorization too being a male feature here, I think, is a good idea. Well, then, yeah, largely... I mean, I always like the pattern on these guys with, like, the tail stripes, which are largely the same on both. Maybe a little more stripey on the male. It's pretty good. And Monosaurus is pretty good. I'm a little bit... I don't hugely... Like, it doesn't, like, blow my socks off, but I think it's exactly what it should be, right? I think it's kind of almost inspired to take the paleo art style design from the website and make that the male. And make the female not have all this facial coloring. I'm going to reward this with top tier. It's not my favorite design, but I think it deserves hot dad tier for, like, making a very, very good call on taking the franchise design and thinking logically where that should go, right? Because this like colored head is very male display feature coded. Edmono's the only good hadrosaur. I disagree, because I think Maiasaura slaps now. It didn't really before, but I'm very happy with Maiasaura in this game. Gallimimus. Franchise design. They kept the small JP striping on the female. And then on the male, we have a different take on the striping where it's thicker stripes. Still on the back there, tapering off as you reach the hips. I like that these designs feel like they belong to each other. That this and this do feel like variations of the same animal. This male patterning also kind of resembles a little bit some of the other Gallimimus patterns in the franchise. I'm going to actually... So, it's a little bland, right? But the Gallimimus is just often a little bland. Okay, there's one other angle to this, actually. And that's the concept art Gallimimus from Jurassic Park. There is a concept art, the original concept art for the Galley, where it has blue colorization on it. Canonically, in my head, that was always the male. And I am disappointed that you can't make that in the game. Now, that's concept art, so it's not canon. So I'm going to put Gallimimus in shared custody tier, but I'm actually tempted to put it in Homer Simpson tier. If this had blue stripes on the male, if it had the blue, and I could make the concept art from Crash McCreary, this would be possibly jump up 2 tiers even, honestly, for me. But we're going to put this in shared custody. This is good. This is fine. Yeah, the difference should not be too substantial if you want to replicate the film herds. It would just be nice if you could also replicate the concept art, but you can't. And yeah, Maya and Amanto are the only 2 hadrosaurs that look right, plus the Dominion Para. But the Dominion Para not being quadrupedal sucks. All right, here's a controversial one, Giga. So you've got the male design, and you've got the female with the different spine shape. So they took the female, and then for the male, they just gave it more of an extended, smoother crest on the back here, which I kind of like comparatively. I think part of the weirdest part of this design is how the shape of this feels strange. This feels like a weird scoot shark fin thing. I think this feels much more natural. It's still weird, but like, yeah, no male Dominion Para is nonsense. The Gig is a weird one, because I don't really like this animal. But if I'm evaluating the dimorphism they gave it, rather than how I feel about the animal, gigadomorphism would just be the frontier one with a slightly different facial pattern, all of the Amanto. Maybe. I mean, I think this is okay. Why is the Dominion one a female? Cause all the dinosaurs are girls, right? In the franchise, that's still a thing? It's not. But I don't know if there's any support in the movie itself for it being male. I just know it was called male sometimes by like production stuff. And they've not gone with that here. Yeah, we're not evaluating the social structure either for taking this into account. Here's a weird thing too. Why does the female have the blue on the nose and then the male doesn't? Why does the male not have fancy colors? But the female does. Why does the female get the splash of color on the snout? Strange. That's really weird. Yeah, I hate this is yeah, honestly, that's the worst part of this. The worst part of this animal is not the design itself. It is that the scars are part of the model. Terrible. Awful. This is the worst part of this animal. 100%. Does the male not have it? No, even the male is scarred. That's so lazy. Like, you're already fixing it, changing the model. Why not remove the scars on the male? He's got the same scar. Why has he got the same scar? I don't know how to evaluate this one. I'm putting it in shows up for birthday because I think if we're taking this as the base and we're making it into a male, this is not bad. The big problems here with this animal, in my mind, are the following. Why does the extra splash of color show up only on the female? This face looks way more like a male face to me in terms of display than the face on the actual male. I like the spine for making this a male version of the Giga from Dominion, but why did they not remove at least the scars from the male? They're already model editing. Just fix this. Missed opportunity to do that. Gigant Spinosaurus with his weird, awful animation rig. This disgusting rigging issue that's never been fixed. Yeah, I mean, it's just not a Giga, but we're not evaluating it based on that. I'm not going to take off points for it just not being a Giga. Because then we're just doing like a franchise tier list thing. The rigging is also completely shot on the male. So that's not fixed. Didn't really expect it to be. This is not really doing much with the pattern here. They somehow resisted doing anything different with the shoulder spikes. This is kind of another Stegosaurus that's got like no dimorphism. I don't know if the spines are longer on the male. A touch? They like connect above that spike there. I think they are like just barely slightly longer. It's so hard to tell. It's small if so. It's got to go where we put the chung. Yeah, this is probably cigarettes tier because it's like missed opportunity to do something with this. This is like nothing again. The pattern's essentially the same. It's just nothing. Guanlong. We're not going to dwell on this one. This is just top tier. I love this animal. The splash of color on the neck is inspired. That's great. The patterning I like. I really like the crest patterning on the male. Color being there. The extra splash of color on the tail. The tippy top here. This is like... This is one of my favorite juveniles and one of my favorite males. Where he's even getting honors and getting put at the top of Hot Dad tier. Fantastic. Phenomenal. This should have been the level of quality we should have demanded from every male. Prehistoric, one of my favorite animals in the franchise and in real life, who always looked like shit ever since we moved to JWE3. He never looked as good, or she never looked as good as she did in the first game. Until now. Well, no, that's not entirely true. I think it still probably looks better in JWE1. But this is an improvement. The quills, I could take or leave. They don't ruin it for me, but they don't really do anything for me. But it is undoubtedly an improvement from the female. Yeah, the quills just feel like they think it's a raptor. Which is like... No. It might not even be a theropod, my guys. Like, come on. And a lot of the patterns don't do anything for me either. I really like the red with the black. Or like anything with the black probably is good. But a lot of the other color palettes, like the Papurana works occasionally. Like if you want a very yellowy one, it's all right. This is Homer Simpson tier for me. This one, the big thing this does is it gives you a version of this animal that doesn't look like dog shit. So this gets Homer Simpson tier because it is a substantial improvement over the underwhelming female, right? This animal always annoyed me because it's one of my favorites. This is acceptable, and that's nice. That's nice to see. I am tempted, honestly, part of me is tempted to put it in top tier, but I know that it doesn't deserve it, so it doesn't get it. The quills take you out of it. I can totally buy that. That's completely understandable. If you think it should be mid-tier, I will not hold that against you at all. But for me, it's a substantial improvement over the female, and it makes me happy. Homalocephaly. This is a very unique and distinctive pattern on the female. The male just kind of kills it, and just kind of has frontier splotches. Underwhelming. It's not the worst example of the frontier splotches. It doesn't like actively disgust me, but I don't think this gets shared custody tier because I think the male is a step back in design. So this goes in birthday tier, I think. Can we make a JPOG homalocephaly in this game? I don't remember. Isn't the JPOG homalocephaly kind of just this, more or less? Yeah, the male having a thicker head could have been a thing, for sure. I agree with that too, yeah. Given that it's, you know, a flat-headed pachycephalosaurid, a smaller one, I think it's okay that it doesn't have that. But yeah, still doesn't go in mid-tier, goes a step below. Hypsilophodon. I'm quite fond of this little fella. I like the little splash of color on the shoulder for the male. I think that's nice. Oh yeah, right, because it's got like the red... No, because the homalocephaly head crest in this game never changes color, right? So you can't make one with like a red dome. Yeah, Hypsilophodon's good. People are just crazy. I like Hypsilophodon. Hypsilophodon should have had some sort of unique gimmick to it. Probably. That I can agree with. Maybe this guy needed a little more sauce to sell him to people. I like the color palette choices here too. I like that the male has this extra splash of color. I'm going to put this guy in Homer Simpson tier. It is limited dimorphism, which makes sense for this sort of animal. But the dimorphism they gave it of this extra color on the male versus the female is fun. I like that the color goes from one color to two, or the pattern color goes from one color to two. And I like that it's kind of just a difference in, like, there's a little bit difference in the patterning, but it's mostly the difference in having this like colored stripe. Very simple, but I like it. Effective, I think. Iguanodon. This to me was the quintessential example of frontier splotches, of just being an awful variant design in JWE 2, and yeah, it's not really doing it for me here either. This is probably the JWE2 design for the male, and the female is they just erased part of the splotches, and it's just got like a naked tail. This is bottom tier. This is dog shit. Left to go get cigarettes. I'm a Frontier Iguanodon enjoyer. Indos get skipped. Irritator. Of course, the new hotness. Irritator. So the dimorphism is the head crest is bigger. It has a splash of color on it. We get this more coloring along the spine and the tail, which is like an embellished version of the female. Technically, the Indoraptor is male, so we should rank him. Okay, F tier. He doesn't look like he belongs in the franchise. Get him out of here. This is subtle dimorphism, but I think it works being subtle. You think it's automatically top tier? I have one problem with this guy. And that's that some of the color palette stuff doesn't work for me on the face as much. It's mostly just an issue with the base colors, honestly. I think the face looks a little weird sometimes. I do like the splash of color on the bottom of the neck, though. That's very good. Yeah, it probably has to be top tier. I was mentally debating between Homer tier and top tier, but... yeah, it definitely is one of the better males. Alright, top tier. The consensus has been reached. Kentrosaurus, the first DLC... well, not DLC, the first update, free update animal. Yeah, that sure is some dimorphism. F tier. Dog shit. Oh, no, wait, he tried to sneak in to show up the birthday tier. What does he think he's doing? He left to go get cigarettes and he never should have came back. Logiceratops. I like that we have a frill pattern that starts here on the female, and then on the male, they just crank it to 11. Like, this is another example of an animal where I feel like the patterns are related, and I like that. It's not like they took the female and put a pattern on the male. They just cranked it up. I like it. The body stripes are kind of whatever for me. That's fine. The horn dimorphism on this guy looks really natural. It doesn't look weird like some of the other ones do. I like that the female horns kind of bend forward, and then the male has those upturning tips at the end. Like an actual, not just bigger horns, but a different horn shape. Yeah, the Kentrosaurus is almost no change. The frill horns are also different shaped here. Like, yeah, this is like easy S tier. I'm going to actually put this up by Guanlong because this is one of my favorite males. Yeah, the actual horn orientation, it's like incredible. Incredible work. One of the best males in the game again. This is like exceptional Guanlong tier design. Fantastic. Lystrosaurus. Yeah, it's weird that they didn't do anything with any of the Stegosaurids. They're all like nothing. It's crazy. This guy has thicker stripes. I feel like this guy would have benefited from some bigger tusks. Hey, Mutasaurus, welcome to our, what was a park build before the game bugged out and killed the park, and what is now a tier list ranking the males in the game. Like, we're skipping the swimmers and flyers because I need to put in a different hatchery for that. because we can't preview them in here. Unfortunately. Because there's no species viewer, we have to actually build the other building. It's easier just to do all the dinosaurs first. Or all the land animals. I think this should be more dimorphic. I think the tusks are definitely an opportunity for dimorphism, and I think the head crest could be dimorphic, either in color or in size, and it's in neither. It doesn't offend me because it's a smaller animal, so I don't feel like it's necessarily needs dimorphism. Yeah, it just feels like it's a more of a missed opportunity than anything. I think it goes in Dimetrodon tier, shows up for birthday. Boop. Okay, Maiasaura. Everybody's least favorite least favorite Hadrosaur in the last game. In this game, gets a fantastic pattern. Let's get a better color. The blue one is always great. So yeah, nobody really liked this guy in the previous game. I never hated this animal. It didn't blow my socks off or nothing, but this male design is fantastic. The bigger nose, did like the two-tone patterning. I like the blue with the black around it and then the white. The way these three colors interact in the tail is so good. I love this thing. I think this is a fantastic pattern more than anything. I think this is exceptional. This is fantastic. This is top tier to me. This is hot dad tier. I'm not going to put it on the tippy top of the echelon with the Guanlong and the Loki, but this is up here for like massive glow up territory with like the Ceratosaurus, where like I really like what they did with the Maya and the Cerato males. So we'll put those there. A male good mother lizard. Yeah, it's Mr. Mom. All right, the new dude. Here is the new guy, Mahjong. Yeah. I mean, I'm a big Bellasaur joyer. So the male has a little more like rugosity on the nose, a little more bumpiness here, which is kind of interesting. The unicorn horn, of course, is larger. And maybe the spines on the back of the head are bigger? I think so. Actually, the spines along the entire body are bigger. This is not as phoned in as the Kentrosaurus one. It does give it like a different silhouette across the top. I think the like cranking the ruggedness of the nose up to like 11 could have been interesting, making this even more exaggerated. Could have been cool. It does have a 2-color pattern, but the female has that too. So you get the eye stuff going on. See, here's the problem I have. They just spilled paint on his head. What is this pattern work on this skull? What is this? This is literally just like completely spilled. The way the spines stick through it there on the back too, it looks completely unnatural. It depends, you know, like if you pick the right color combo, it's not noticeable. But again, we're like putting in the work to make it not look weird. It's not their best work, but the silhouette is good. Debating between Share Custody and Homer tier myself. I think there's probably enough color palettes you can pull together here that don't look weird. As long as the colors blend okay, it's pretty good. I'm going to put it in Homer tier. I think it's kind of a low one, though. It's not blowing my socks off. But I do think I like it more than like the Chasmosaurus and stuff, so I think this is okay. A Mamenchisaurus. Bots. Bots, but slightly different. F tier. There's nothing there. This is... Where is the Mensch? Am I blind? Wait, is he missing? Am I stupid? Is he so bad he didn't even get on the tier list? Wait, I don't see him. Patago Titan. Let me add him. Am I didn't like put him on the list already. No, he's just missing. Male Mensch should have had stripes, yeah, probably. Or like something to differentiate it in some way. Have you ever itched your head hard enough that you start scraping your scalp? Don't think so. I love that he's just, they forgot to put him on there. It's very funny. All right, then we add a file. There he is. He's extra big. Well, I didn't crop it very correctly, but you know, it's there. We know it's Mamenchi. We can't see anything except for its neck, but I tried. I tried with a minimal amount of effort. Metriacanthosaurus. Death Valley Rana. Death Valley Rana. So again, they took the website kind of design, or the website color palette, and they put it on the male, but they left the pattern kind of alone. Right? I feel like this is the original website pattern. Yeah, I am going through the trouble to get them on there for F tier because it's funny. I feel a little mixed on this. I feel like they should have done with this what they did with the Edmontosaurus. And they should have just made the website design the male. And then done just a toned down version of it for the female. And instead they split up the color palette and the pattern so that you can't make the website design anymore. And that's kind of a sin, honestly. It's not like bad, but I think it has to get knocked a tier because it messed up the potential to do the website design. I'm putting it in shows up for birthday tier. If this was not based on an existing design, this would be perfectly fine. Or even good. But because they messed up an existing design, it gets penalized. Alright, Death Valley Rana on both. Okay. So some like nice saturated color on the frill for these. This guy's always had a nice range of colors. The design, of course, is a little questionable, but I think it makes sense for the dimorphism on this to just be like a nice splash of color on the frill. And I don't hate like the striping they gave him on like the arms and the legs, that feels appropriate for a small guy like this. Although maybe they should all just be a little stripy. That way they all have a little bit of camouflage going on. I'm feeling slightly generous. This is definitely at least shared custody. Do I think this is a Homer Simpson? Or do I think this is shared custody? I think this is Homer Simpson tier. I like the colors. Yeah, a slightly different frill is all I really want, and they did a good job on it. It's not just that it's different, but it's nicely different, right? Like, the color palette's good, the way the frill blends is good. I like that it extends down to on top of the head in general. Like, the texture work is nice here. There's, like, these little extra iridescent scales. I think there's enough extra effort here that I want this to be in Homer tier. Morose. Does anything happen with that at all? Yeah, the colors are more saturated on the face. And the body striping is more noticeable. It blends in more there. I don't know. I feel like... I think this is fine. He's got a little bit of display feature going on here with like a stripe on the nose and along the eye. I think having brighter face on the male, it makes sense. It's not like incredible, but it is good. The body striping is a little whatever. I'm going to put this in shared custody. I'm feeling shared custody on Moros. I'm feeling this feels correct to me. It's a narratively dubious animal, let's say. And you know what? This animal's kind of dubious in general. It likes to kill himself. This should be a juvenile. And we should have a new adult model, realistically. Honestly, do we knock it for that? That this should be a baby? Because this really should be the baby model. This really should have a larger adult. Okay, I'm going to leave it where it is. Just perfectly mid-tier. We're going to treat it as if this wasn't illogical that it was so small, because it shouldn't be this tiny, but we're just going to ignore that. Same rule as the Giga, right? It's a fault of Dominion for presenting this animal poorly, and it's not a fault of the game. So we're just evaluating the dimorphism based on how the animal appears in the franchise. Canonically a baby, potentially, but I don't disagree. Alright, Muttaburrasaurus. That's the male, huh? I feel like there's more going on with the female's nose. This sucks ass. This takes what I think is one of the better early patterns in the Jurassic franchise, the Jurassic World Evolution franchise, and makes it worse. This was like one of the better patterns in JWE1 in base game, and this is just, they spilled paint on his back. This sucks ass. This is cigarettes tier. Big downgrade. The Moros from Dominion is not really ever confirmed to be a juvenile, but like in terms of the real animal, it should be. The pattern is nice. Is it though? Is it though? I mean, maybe the Pulcrana is not the best look for it. I like the female pattern a lot more. I'm not a big fan of this. Nasudo. Okay. This is wrong. This is not what this animal looks like in the franchise. F tier. Nasudoceratops is F tier. It doesn't matter. We literally don't even need to look at it. They did it wrong. This has the one of the two. If you're thinking about franchise dimorphism in the movies, there are two animals that come up immediately. There's the buck and the doe rex, the pair that is the centerpiece of the Lost World. And then there is the Nasudo pair in Battle of Big Rock. Obviously, there's other males in the franchise, but those are the two, like, the two male-female pairings that, like, the attention is drawn to the physical differences in the animals, and they completely shit on it in the game and in Chaos Theory. And I'm team 2 gay dads in Chaos Theory for the Nasudos, even though there was some pushback on that in the comments when I said that in the videos. But JP3 Raptors too, fair, yes. JP3 Raptors are also in that category. But the JP3 Raptors don't form, they're a variant without a model. They're not a true variant, right? So they don't even have an opportunity to like form the basis of a dimorphism in this game. But yeah, huge missed opportunity. Huge drop ball. Terrible. Notosaurus. This animal, of course, suffers from some real bad colors and some real bad patterning. I really like the model of this animal. I don't know if the male is doing anything in terms of dimorphism physically. Yeah, there are like I'm pretty sure you can find some instances of animals having two dads. Why is he so purple? Is what it is. This doesn't do anything for me. The pattern's just kind of the same pattern but different. Like they just made it different to be different. I think I'm just gonna put this in F tier. Like the least thing they could have done is they could have fixed the issue with like the fact that the armor on the female being like colored like this looks so weird to me. This never looks right. Yeah, like dipped in paint, plates, and spikes. This looks weird. It just doesn't look right. And then to just not do something different on the male to make it look more natural, missed opportunity, not happy with it. Disappointing. This is an animal that I always kind of just like to use as a Borealopelta mentally and just have like some colored palette that doesn't look weird, which is apparently harder to find than I remember. Did they mess this up in 3? Because I feel like in 2, if you went blank, this didn't look weird. Okay, well, that looks fine. What would happen? Wait, this is like different. Because the blank doesn't look normal at all. They all look weird. Okay, maybe it's just those first two, the Sonoran and Death Valley ones. I don't hate that. Yeah, I don't know. Some weird stuff going on here with that. Anyway, that's beside the point. Still sucks. Oloro Titan. How about some Yukon and maybe a nice splash of purple? All right, we got a big difference in head crest shape, with the male having like much wider hatchet that goes up much higher. They've got kind of the same pattern, which I can appreciate when the point of the difference is the head crest. I wish the animal had better posture, but that's not a dimorphism issue. I think it does the job that it's supposed to do, but it doesn't blow my socks off in any way. We put Corythosaurus in Homer Simpson tier. I think the Corythodimorphism's better, so I'm going to put this in shared custody. The new female doesn't fit well. Yeah. I think the Corythosaurus is a better example of Lambeosaurine dimorphism. Ornithomimus. Easy S tier. The neck colorization, the fact that he's got this like neck display is fantastic. Inspired. He's got the little extra coloring on the top of his head too, just for a little bit more. Like, fantastic. This is up there with Guanlong and Lokiceratops for being some of the best dimorphism in the game, especially if you do like the blue patterns and stuff. Like, that's incredible. Fantastic. Love it. Yeah, easy top tier, 100%. Oviraptor. So bigger head crest with a bit of a pattern on it. Some longer feathers on the back of the head. Poofier tail? Yeah, poofier tail. This is excellent. This is very good. This takes the features the animal had and then just kind of approaches them in a way that feels reasonable. The male is pretty much like the franchise design, right? Because the feathers are shrunk down from this for the female. And given that this was an animal we only ever see twice and was cut from the film in both cases originally, then brought back in the director's cut, it's possible that the film, the animal seen in the film was a male anyway. I think this is quite good. I think this is like S tier. Low S, but still like a very good take on this animal. Yeah, you can have like one be like a city patty or something with a little bit of different head shape. I mean, Oviraptor probably should not even have a crest, but again, we're sticking with the franchise depiction of it having the crest and rolling with that. A pattern that the newer species at the top of the list, 100%. Frontier definitely put all their eggs in the new species basket for the dimorphism and phoned in a lot of shit on the back end for the existing animals. Which sucks. Pachycephalosaurus. You can't make a film-accurate version of this animal to save your life, and that always annoys me. The dome is like essentially the same size. The spikes look like they're the same size. The male has some slightly different patterning here. What do I rank this? This sucks, but this animal always sucked? Ah, fuck it. He goes in cigarettes tier. Who cares? Fuck this guy. You know what? No. We're going to put him up a tier. We're going to put him slightly up. And shows up for birthday. Am I? Can I do that? Can I? No, this doesn't belong next to Metriacanthosaurus. That's like heresy. Nah, left to go get cigarettes. This thing is insane because the male has the shorter crest. I don't know what they were thinking. F tier. This sucks. Also, give me the Dominion variant, please. The fact that there is no male film skins? What are you doing? Why are there no male film skins? Why? Clearly, some of these Dominion, like, this is probably a male. Almost certainly probably intended to be a male. Yeah, Para is a huge letdown. Patago Titan. This is probably the best sauropod dimorphism, right? We get a splash of color on the head, the neck, some striping on the body. It looks like the spines on the hip are probably the same size. Hot take, you don't mind a hadrosaur having a flashier female. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I don't think the animal to do it with, also you can't even see the head. I don't think the animal to do it with is the parasaur. So yeah, pattern on the neck, splash of color on the head there. Some decent color options. He's also got patterning on the neck. I like the stripes on the neck. That's good. I think Pulcrana looks very nice. How they make it different from Titanosaurus? Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the problem. That's why the people who still want Argentinosaurus in the game are crazy. We'll get Alamosaurus back probably someday. We have this guy. We have Titanosaurus, Andronautus. We don't need Argentinosaurus. That would be a terrible addition. Does the female have the little beard of scales? Yeah, the female does have the little scale beard on the neck. Yeah, I don't know why this guy was put in the game with, the fact that we were clearly going to get the Titanosaurus. He's also got a beak, which is cool, but that's not a dimorphism thing. I think they could have cranked up the colors a little bit more, I'm going to be honest, but this is definitely the best sauropod. I'm going to put it in Homer Simpson tier, though. It's quite good, but it should be better, I think. It's an exceptional sauropod, but sauropods continue to underwhelm, in my opinion. I think one thing you could have just done would just been like, don't give the female all the spines. Make the smooth off the spines a little bit more. Turn them into more of a male display feature. Yeah, it's the best sauropod, but they still are underwhelming overall. All right, locking it in. Proceratosaurus. So the head crest shrinks down for the female. This is largely what you'd expect. The male has a lot of stuff going on here with the color. I like the simple horizontal stripe on the female. The original pattern here. I think that's good. This starts to feel busy to me. A little bit. It feels a little bit busy. I think you took a unique and interesting pattern from the female and you just erased it and you put an arbitrary stripy pattern on the male. This is not great. This is a step backwards. It doesn't completely offend me, so I'm going to put it in shows up for birthday tier. But this is not great. Protoceratops. So the longer quills on the tail, of course. That's kind of it. A little bit more of a patterning on the frill, which makes sense, but it looks like fairly restrained, right? They don't go crazy with it, which is probably good as a counterpoint for some of the more ridiculous Ceratopsian dimorphism things they do. Bigger to scaled Velociraptor. Yeah. Yeah, I knew going into this tier list that this was going to be unbalanced because I knew I had some negative opinions about a lot of the male dinosaurs in this game. Single father for animals with good males and bad females. It's a little late in the video to do that. I don't hate the idea, but I think we would have maybe wanted to quantify that sooner. This is good. The spots increase on the male. I like the shape of the quills. I'm also a big fan of ceratopsian quills. Really debating with myself where I want to put this one. I think I'm going to put it quite high. I think I'll put it in hot dad tier, but this is not on the level of like Loki. So this is just a lower hot dad, I think. Yeah, the problem too would be like, how would we separate out the animals that were improved by giving them a male versus the animals they ruined by nerfing the female, right? That's kind of a problem. Citico. This guy is interesting, of course, because it's based on the real animal in terms of some of the color palettes and the things you can do with it. I guess just specifically if you do like the blank, right? Yeah, the blank is kind of the real thing. But if you do the blanks, they aren't very dimorphic other than the much more substantial difference in the quills. I quite like the porcupine thing going on here with the stripes on the tips of the quills. This is really nice. And I like that the stripes are not on the tips of the quills on the female. Yeah, I would say this is better than Protoceratops, I think. I don't know if we actually start putting more patterns on this. Male has more of a flat striped look. What about the cheek horns? Are they... Yeah. I think the horns are bigger on the male. Yeah, definitely, right? I think the face spikes do change. Yeah, this is also top tier. This is, you know what? I'm putting it up with Ornithomimus. I like Guanlong, Loki, and Ornitho more than this, but this is also very good dimorphism, I think. Yeah, between the spikes and the quills, like it's quite good. Pyroraptor. Okay, this is definitely the case of where like the feather crest thing goes like a little overboard. He looks like Steve from Stranger Things or something. It's a little much. It's kind of overdoing it. A little bit going on in the tail. Yeah, let's get a actual color in here. So the female's got like a splash on the nose and a little bit of other shit, and then the male gets this whole like face stripe. I don't dislike the face stripe. I think that's decent. You're heading out, Biocraft? All right, I'll catch you later. I mean, there's elements of this I don't mind. Like the feather tips being colored is okay. He's got, you know, colored tips. I think I'm going to put this... This is going to go on shows up for birthday tier. This ain't great. This overdoes it. You're going to head out too, Muto? Alright, thanks for coming by. Better with a more vibrant skin? Yeah, I mean, like... Maybe a little bit. It's just that the head crest just feels like it's too much. It feels way over the top. Way over the top in a way that doesn't feel natural. It really feels like he's got a hairpiece. It just feels like it's really just stapled to the top of his head. And that's why it doesn't work for me. It doesn't feel like properly integrated, I guess, if that makes sense. All right, we're not gonna do the flyers and lagoon animals in this video. It's already too long. We'll have to come back to those another time. We still got a bunch of animals to do. We gotta try and speed this up. Quanjosaurus. That becomes this. The stripes get thicker. The horns get hornier, maybe a little bit. It's very minimal. This is kind of nothing. Like, it's an entirely different stripe pattern, but it doesn't really, like, do anything. And, like, I feel like the body stripes start to get too thick. To the point where they kind of look weird. I think the female's better. Yeah. But, like, the Pyroraptor is an example of an animal where we've seen it once in the franchise, and that could have been the male. They could have just dialed back some of the dramatic aspects of the Pyroraptor to make the female, which they did with, like, the Admonosaurus. So. But it's not the worst male. It really isn't. Yeah, this is probably birthday tier. It's not, like, egregious, but, like, it doesn't do anything for me. Why do we put the Parasaur so low? Because, for me, there's two problems with the Para. The male has the shorter crest. That's just weird. Female long crest, male short crest. That like, is strange. That doesn't really mesh with the franchise. And then they made all the skins male, and that's just weird and strange too. So that's why the male para, or the skin's female. So that's why the male para gets downranked, is this just doesn't feel right. This feels wrong. It doesn't feel like the right animal. I would have been happy with the para if they just both had the same length of crest. And they just weren't dimorphic beyond, like, color palette. That would have been fine, because then it would have blended with the franchise's depiction of the para. But instead, it just feels like they tried to keep the franchise look, but then still do the traditional short crest dimorphism, and they just made it the male, which is just weird. Yeah, Quanju's gonna be, shows up for the birthday. A beta cuck is a little harsh, maybe, but... Sauropelta. He does not look as gross as the Nodosaurus in terms of the color, but I like the Nodo model more. Nothing really going on here with the dimorphism that I can see physically. Brachii just looks like the same animal. And I penalized the Brachiosaurus because it was a missed opportunity to make the male more interesting. Like, there's a Brachiosaurus design in Fallen Kingdom that has kind of like an iridescent spot on it. And I think giving the male Brachii, like, iridescence would have been really cool. Underused. They just don't do anything to make it terribly interesting. Yeah, let's look at the purpley one here. I don't hate that. I don't love that color combo. Hot take, Polacanthus was your favorite Nodosaur? I'm not sure how hot of a take that actually is. I feel like the Nodosaurs kind of all fall in the same ballpark of, like, dealer's choice. I like Nodosaurus because it allowed me to make a pretty decent Borealopelta, which is an animal I'm pretty fond of. But I can fully understand doing something different. This is better than... Where did we put Nodosaurus? We put Nodosaurus in cigarettes tier. Am I feeling birthday tier on this? I don't know. Nah. Still doesn't do enough. We need to rescale the tier list slightly. Let's do that. Just get the rest of that row back. There we go. Okay. I think I like this. I like this more than like Anki and Notosaurus, but I still don't think it belongs above this tier. Yeah, 2022 Parasaur should be a proper variant with a male version. 110% Noah. I'm right there with you. I also think one of the existing 2022 movie skins probably is male. Probably is intended to be a male. The blue one specifically. And I think having all three as female is just silly. If anything, make them non-gendered. Sinoceratops we're not even going to look at. This is awful. Sinoceratops goes and left to go get cigarettes. I slightly appreciate the idea of trying to make the female slightly more paleo accurate, but this animal is so far from being paleo accurate, they shouldn't have even tried. Trying to make this look like a real Sinoceratops just makes it look cursed. Spino. Death Valley Rana. Maybe Sonoran Rana. Not too much happening there. The sail is bigger on the male, right? Yeah. Not a huge amount, but a bit bigger. Shrek 2 is your favorite DreamWorks movie. Congratulations. I don't know if I've ever seen Shrek 2. I saw the original Shrek, and that might have been it. It's kind of the end of my era on those kind of movies. I feel like more could have been done with this. This is kind of the same dude. It's not, like, hideous. Okay, so you get a little bit of color on the tail and the shoulder. Slightly different facial patterning, or maybe not even that different. You think this should be mid or high tier? Really? That is the first take from chat that I've been genuinely shocked by. I think it's better than Tyrannosaurus. I mean, I'm probably going to rank Tyrannosaurus very harshly. I don't think this slight difference in the sail size and like a splash of color on the shoulder does anything for me. Like, this doesn't make me feel anything. I'm not familiar with that Parasaur figure, Noah. I don't know if I have like a favorite Parasaur figure. I'm kind of underwhelmed by a lot of them. I've got a few, like the Hammond Collection one, but the classic kind of Lost World one's not bad. I'm gonna put Spino in like shows up for birthday tier, honestly. I'm not feeling this. I think this animal has a gaudy enough color palette. I don't think the crests are any different. This is the male. And then this is the female. Like that's the same head. I don't think they do much with this. Maybe they undercooked this too because of the Rebirth one coming. I would assume the Spino from JP3 would want to have a mate. It's actually like a fan theory that the mate was killed by the mercenary guy, and that's why it was so mad. I'm gonna put it in shows up for birthday. I think this animal should have had more done with it. I got to adjust the cropping again. Okay, there's the tier list back fully in view. It's been a little while since I've seen the Papo Brocky. Stegosaurus. This should have been the default. Wait. There we go. This should have been the default. This Stegosaurus slaps. This is fantastic. This sucks. I don't care if this is the current canonical interpretation of this animal. This sucks. This is not good. See, even there, it switched to the good one. It knew. Also, like, nothing going on here with this animal in terms of the dimorphism. Like, what is this? Like, his plates are a little different. Like, there's more color on the top and bottom. Slightly different, like some very subtle striping on the body. Yeah, this is crap. Stegosaurus, JWE, or the default variant, the Jurassic World variant goes in cigarettes tier. I suppose the argument for birthday tier is this is probably reasonably close to canon for this animal because we never see any substantial dimorphism for it. I am maybe letting my hatred for the animal overwhelm fairness here. You know what? Yeah, I am going to put it in birthday tier because this animal sucks in the franchise. It's not the fault of the game design. And as far as representing a Stegosaurus Jurassic World era male, this is probably about correct. And the horizontal stripes, I guess, look okay for a Stegosaurus. It's certainly this is better than like Kentrosaurus. Yeah, actually, that's the other thing. This is definitely better than like Chungking and Kentro and Gigant. This should be a tier above those. So this does go in birthday tier. Yeah, no, the design has it has gotten the worst downgrade out of like almost anything in the franchise, I think, going into the World Trilogy. They murdered that guy's design. It is not good. This is certainly a thing that exists. So it's an animal that I always liked, but like it hasn't been doing anything for me since Ornithomimus showed up. This is just giving him some different stripes. I mean, he does have like an interesting little double color patch thing on the head going on here. It's subtle. Yeah, this one has like an unornamented head. It's okay. I don't like that it's just kind of like, hey, let's take the pattern and just make it more stripy. That feels like how they phoned in a lot of the males. It's just, let's make it have more stripes. Yeah, it's at least birthday tier because it's not like horrible. I think I'm going to put it... No, I think this is at least on par with like Archaeornithomimus. So this goes in shared custody. Because there's not that much to do with this thing in terms of dimorphism anyway. So this is acceptable. Stiggy. The horns shrink by a good amount. The pattern doesn't really do much, but it's a franchise animal, and we don't see too much from these guys, so it is kind of hard to say, like the pattern probably shouldn't change too much. At least they tried harder with this than they did with Pachycephalosaurus. This is a better dimorphism than Pachycephalosaurus. I am also a huge fan of Styracosaurus. I am a Styracosaurus enjoyer. Yeah, it's definitely not amazing, the sticky. We put Pachycephalosaurus in bottom tier. We did. I think this is shared custody. I think this is fine. Yeah, it does what you'd expect. We're working with a franchise design. It limits a little bit what we should do for dimorphism. Shared custody. Perfectly fine. Styracosaurus. Great animal. I'm a big fan of the new pattern. We get noticeably bigger horns on the frill. I think this is a really good way to do this. Like, the frill does not substantially increase in size when you go to the male. It does change a little bit, maybe. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it is the same size, but the horns are bigger. And I like that. Very fond of this animal. I don't think I can, like this isn't really Lokiceratops tier, but I like this a lot. This is going to be... This is one of the best. This is Hot Dad tier, I think. This is one of the best males for a JWE2 animal. I think this belongs with Maiasaura. It belongs with Ceratosaurus. And in Monosaurus, it's probably not as much of a glow up as like Maya or Cerato. But it belongs up there, I think. Very good. Suko. This was one they botched, right? Because they took the female... Yeah, because you can't really make the website one. That's what I'm trying to say here. Right? Because the brighter yellow was given to the male. They desaturated the female, which now never looks like the website design ever. Again, this probably should have been the patterning for the male with these colors, these brighter colors. And they kind of messed it up. Take it on its own. I don't, like, hate the pattern. It's just the fact that they, like, botched the website design, which kind of sucks. It's no irritator. Does it have a difference in the head shape? Not really. A little phoned in. Do the dark blue skin with the yellow. Which one's even the dark blue? I guess this one, the Yukon, is dark blue. Anything new for a Chaos Theory DLC other than Beckel's Spinax? New variants from Majungasaurus, Pachyrhinosaurus, and who else is in that? Suchomimus, literally the animal in front of us. So yeah, Chaos Theory DLC would be like one new animal and some variants, pretty much. Yeah, I think they messed up the colors. I think that's the biggest problem I have with this. Yeah, I mean, it's not awful. I think shared custody tier is fine. Yeah. Should have been better. Deserved to be better, I think. Very. So, a little more of a splash of color on the face. The female is very flat, and then the male has this blue. Right? And if we change to the other patterns, you get more color on the face. I mostly just feel like I'm kind of annoyed with Suko by the fact that you can't really recreate the website color anymore. They've just kind of lost that. I think that's what the big problem is. So the female now just kind of has some spots. A bit too saturated on the Theory skins? Yeah, maybe. It is a little much. I think this is fine though. I like the facial coloring. I think that's a good thing. Is there any difference in the hand claws? No. What about Well, what about the baryonics, Noah? I'm not sure how that's a question. I don't know what you mean by that. Those skins are already in the game, if that's the question. So theory here is, I think, solid. And this is solid work. It's not like super inspired. Do I feel like this belongs in shared custody, or does this go higher? Homer Simpson tier is a little sparse. I'm going to put in Homer Simpson tier. I'm feeling the face color. I like that the overall color palette of the animal is pretty similar between the two. And if anything, the grievances I would have with this animal would be on the female. I think the spots are underwhelming on the female. This looks kind of whatever. I much prefer the stripes, like the broken up stripes of the male. So yeah, I think the female is the weak link here. I'm Homer tier. Homer tier, but barely. Triceratops. We're not even going to look at it. This is ridiculous. Well, we're going to look at it. What is this? What the fuck? What do they do? That frill is insane. The horns are probably actually fine because there are some crazy Triceratops horns. But that frill looks so awkward. Dominion style male theory could be cool. This is bottom tier, of course. This is one of the worst males in the game. Awful. Also, no support for this in the franchise. Why is it here? Troodon. Pretty good design, color palette wise, interesting animal. The male is kind of more of the same. I don't know what's going on with that face on this guy though. That face is a little weird. I like the way the stripes are like covering the mouth on the female. Like, yeah, let's get the blood red, the pulchrana going. But then, yeah, on the male, well, this is pulchrana on the male? That's like a step down. This is so much cooler looking, I think. But maybe it's the fault of this particular pattern. This is kind of just... I could see the argument for liking it being a kaleidoscope of colors, because it does have like multiple colors going on here. I get that. I don't know. I don't think it works for me. I really like the female. I just think the female looks so much better. I'm going to put Troodon and shows up for birthday tier, personally. It doesn't do it for me. It being venomous works well with that. True, I agree. But, like, I just, again, still think the female take is better. Honestly, the JW2 design is better, because I think the stripes are less on the body here, right? Like, we lose the striping on the body a little bit. Like, if you take this body striping and give it a face that looks more like this, I think I'd be happier with that, like, combined animal. The face is really what doesn't work for me on the male, personally. It just looks too... The color patterning looks too weird and random for me. Alright. Almost done. This is going to be an over 2-hour video. Centausaurus. So this guy is another example of course, small crest female, big crest male. I like it. It sets it apart in that like they both are equally colorful on the crest. I can appreciate that angle of this animal in comparison to the rest of the roster. Also, yeah, we got it completely out of frame there. So yeah, that's the female short crest, male with the same color, big tall crest, pompadour. I like that the color continues down the nose. I think that's solid. It gives it a little bit of something different than the rest of the hadrosaurs to like set it apart. The body patterning is perfectly fine, and I think the colors blend a little bit better with it than like the Corythosaurus. It's not like particularly inspired on the body or anything. Also, the male having a different pattern than the female without it just being like crazy different, or being like we took the stripes and we just made them thicker or made more of them, like that's okay. Where to put this guy? We put Corythosaurus and Homer Simpson tier. Honestly, I feel like this belongs on par. I think this shines in comparison to some of the dimorphism in the rest of the roster. Am I feeling Homer tier? I think so. I think I'm feeling Homer tier. I think it's not amazing, but it's inoffensive and it does like what it's supposed to, but with a little extra embellishment. Like I think just the fact that the nose is colored does a lot to set it apart in the roster. It's like lower Homer tier, but I think it belongs there. We're gonna adjust the cropping yet again. Give me a second. Do this real quick. Fast, fast, fast. Close. Okay. Maybe we shrink it up a little bit here too, and then maybe it doesn't get in the way of the other animals when we're looking at the last few. Well, bottom tier have 3 rows. Yeah, we might get there. Who knows? T-Rex. The problem with this animal being that we have canonical dimorphism, which is not represented in the game. Where's the dewlap, Frontier? Where's the dewlap? F tier. Not as bad as like Triceratops or like Sinoceratops, but not good. This should be better. Also, it's goddamn fucking Tyrannosaurus. Come on. Utahraptor. Do they look any different? Yeah, not really. Utahraptor is our quintessential thick neck boy, where he gets real stocky in the neck. We get a little bit different look with the head crest. We get these like highlight feathers on the wings. I really like that. I really like the highlight feathers on the wings. I think that's fairly inspired. They should have swapped the Utahraptors? You think this should be the female? Oh, you know what? With the social needs they have, 100%. Yeah. If you're going to make them have weird social needs like that, then yeah, make the female feel like she's the dominant, like big, chunky matriarch. Yeah, no, I agree with you completely. I'm 100% there with you. Which would also kind of echo the the Raptors in JP3 having like the one female and then like a male harem almost, which is probably where they got the inspiration for the social need of the Utahraptor from. Yeah, these should be switched. This should 100% be like a bigger, stronger female. That being said, I'm not going to hold that against the design. I can understand using that to dock it. I'm not going to dock it for that. I think this is great. I'm going to put this in hot dad tier. But we will put that little asterisk that they probably should be swapped. Velociraptor. An animal that continues to disappoint. Now, this sucks. This is less bad. This is better. This is not terribly good, though. This is just kind of a shittier version of the Tiger Raptor. You think good design should complement the gameplay? I agree. I agree completely. It's the only example really in the game where like that comes up with the Utahraptor. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an improvement on the design for the Raptor. Like the quills, just making the quills the default for the male is not the worst idea. And then the fact that we still have the Lost World Raptor without the quills is perfect. Like they don't, if we want to recreate the film, we can. Since we do have a movie skin, we're not stuck with the quills. Like, I can appreciate that. Are the quills different? They kind of are, which is interesting. Maybe a little bit. Maybe just slightly. Yeah, because like the male, there's like a weird, like extra long quill off to the one side there, kind of. Or there's even a little bit of color in it, actually. Honestly, that's okay. It's not great. Should be better for being an iconic animal in the franchise, but it's something. For the low point this is building off of, there's even a different color on the face. They did okay. I think this is kind of like the Herrerasaurus, right? We gave the Herrerasaurus points. We're like really improving a bad animal and making it look much better. I think we can apply the same logic here, where they take this underwhelming garbage and they make it look like something. So I think I put this in shared custody on the merit of the improvement, even though I don't think it's like amazing, right? I think that's okay. And yet again, we need to adjust the cropping real quickly. Like it's really hard to like I still feel like I'm never going to use this, right? Which is kind of a weird thing for something that I'm putting in like mid tier, but it's definitely improved. Eutyrannus is the last land animal. Canonically, I very much like the Yukon Rana look for this animal in the past. And if we do the male, it's like the same thing, but there's a little bit of different color on the snout. A little shading on the horns. And then some different stuff with the stripes. And a little more scruff on the back of the head, but pretty subtle. Yeah, I suppose there aren't that many animals left, are there? Again, he's kind of out of the view there. Let's shrink this down a little bit. Oh, I think last time I shrunk it down, I didn't actually shrink it down on the stream. So that's my bad. But yeah, like the fact that the horns are like flat black on the female, and then on the male, they actually have color on them. I appreciate that. I like the little shades of red on the face. The little scruff on the neck is like, it's not bad. Like the little extra length, it's not like crazy out of place like it felt on the Pyroraptor. That feels all right. This is Homer Simpson tier, I think. Is this Homer Simpson tier? Debating if it should go higher. I think it's weird. I think this is weird. The fact that the back is so naked looks weird to me. Like, if we're using the female as a baseline, why do these stripes just completely disappear? Why are there still stripes on the side of the body? It's just kind of weird. But it's really nitpicky. I'm going to put it... It's going to be like a high Homer Simpson, I think, for me. I think it belongs there. Okay. I suppose I can set up the other stuff real quick. Let's pause that. I mean, we might as well do it all in one video, right? Try and speed run it, maybe. Oh my god, it's lagging. I guess because my browser was open too, but like... The lagoon making me work for it. All right, let's move this. You know what? We'll put this down here in the corner, like this. We can cover. No, we shouldn't cover up chat. We'll put it over here. All right, now with a tier list that's maybe not covering everything up. We're going to try and do these maybe extra fast. Attenborosaurus. You know what? Svalbard. It's kind of always good on things in the water, I feel like. That's the thing that exists, and that is also a thing that exists, but they gave him a skin disease on his flippers. Fantastic looking animal, awful male patterning. Attenborosaurus, left to go get cigarettes. I think this sucks. I don't know what the logic is with the flipper color. I guess there's a little other color there on the neck. It's just really hard to see with the lighting in this shitty hatchery view. But it's still just kind of random frontier splotches. Yeah, I think this sucks. Dunk. We get some bright patches on the side, some little stripy bits there on the female. Then if we do the male, we've got kind of the same thing, but the bright colors are in different spots. But it is a fish. And so I think this is like probably a fine take on a fish. Like fish dimorphism, probably not much of a thing really in that. Like especially not color-wise, right? At least I would think so. I'm not a fishologist, so... I'm kind of feeling that this is like whatever. Shared custody, maybe? Yeah, mid-tier. Ichthy. Never really loved the pattern on these guys. all the male does is like make it different and make it saturated. I mean, it's a small aquatic. It probably shouldn't have much of a change for dimorphism, but like, this isn't doing anything. And I'm not a big fan of the pattern work in general. I'm going to put this in shows up for birthday because I think the female also just kind of sucks. And so it's just kind of like whatever. This is like completely underwhelming. Chronosaurus. Good looking animal. Which has like no difference. Like actually no difference almost between the two. Here's the difference. The difference between this and Ichthy is I like this, and I don't really like the Ichthy. I mean, he's got like slightly different shapes to the stripes. Maybe a little bit more on the back there. Yeah, just kind of breaking up the stripes a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm thinking shared custody because it doesn't offend me. It's like kind of on par with a dunk in that it just exists. A shark. Let's look at these speckled patterns, maybe. Yeah, no, like, real change? Probably shouldn't change, right? I don't think I've ever heard anybody describe any kind of dimorphism in sharks. I think I'm fine with considering that mid-tier. Because I kind of think this is probably all this really ought to be, right? Dot points for not having a bigger female. Is the female actually... Yeah, I suppose it is probably the same size. Is that a thing with sharks? Bigger females? Alright, I'm totally fine docking it for that. I'm down. We'll put it in birthday tier. It gets demoted on that merit. Mosa. Well, when we get the new Mosa, it'll look better than whatever this is. Is there anything happening here with the pattern? It's like very subtle little highlights. Like flipper color stuff again, maybe? Like, there's just like little patches that like change color. We know it has larger females. Okay, then it definitely should have larger females in game. Oh, the tail. The tail has color that comes in more. Can I get a decent angle on this at all with this lighting? Not really. Yeah, there's like little embellishments on the tail there, especially. And then on the female... No, just kind of the same thing. Just little bits of color. It's just fucking F tier, man. Who cares? Fuck Mosasaurus. F tier. This is nothing. You know what? Let's just do something like that with the cropping of the tier list. Boom. We'll just stretch it up. Okay, crap. Plesiosaurus. Tylo's better anyway. I feel like that is going to be taken as a hot take by some people. So this guy, of course, is just got like a little colored stripe down her back. This gal. And if we do the male, kind of just a little colored stripe down its back and some skin disease on the flippers again, maybe. Yeah, they did this thing again where they just colored the tips of the flippers, which I think looks awful. And that doesn't seem to happen. Like, is the lighting engine just like worse than the Lagoon? Is it just me, or does this feel like it's way harder to see what the hell is happening here? Yeah, there's like some skin disease. This F tier. Who cares about this shit? This guy sucks. All right, so the final tally on the Lagoon animals is at best shared custody for like Dunk and Chrono. Like at best, they just didn't fuck up with making the male. None of these are good or interesting in any way, separate from the female counterpart. Very, very, very underwhelming. I'm genuinely kind of not shocked that nothing broke mid-tier. All right, and then we got the pterosaurs. Caillou. So we got a very substantial difference in the crest height. Makes sense. This is expected. A little bit of difference in the pattern. I like the pattern, I think, on the crest overall. It even has a decent blank as far as those like little remaining stripes go. Pretty good. Yeah, this probably just has to be top tier. Like my annoyance with this animal is like creeping in and like trying to convince me to put it lower, but let's be real. Like it's a good example of pterosaur dimorphism. It's just on an animal that kind of annoys me. I assume this has nothing, right? Like, is there even a good way to, like, see this animal? Yeah, what is even being done here? Does the tail change or something? Doesn't really look like it. I'm feeling an F. I'm feeling left to go get cigarettes tier. Geosternbergia. So this is doing the same thing we had on the Kyujara, but it's just kind of generally an uglier animal. And there's a lot less going on with the pattern on this guy. It's really just the crest and some splotches on the wings. I mean, like, that's a pretty good color. I do like the little stripes on the front. I mean, this is fine. This is like Homer Simpson here. Pteranodon. So we get the color spreading like further onto the wing and then like coloring the tip of the wing a bit, which is like whatever. Yeah, this they should have just given this a long crest. And just said that every Pteranodon we saw in the franchise was a female. That would have been fine. It does have a longer crest. It's even weird that they like kind of call attention to it that way. Very strange. F tier. Penalizing it a little bit for its design in that sense, for being like portrayed always as a short crest, but Frontier should have just done something about that. Alright, cats. Basically the same size crest, but then the male has it colorized. Yeah, size differences in the pterosaurs could be fun too, just in general. I think this is fine. They could have done more with like the crest and maybe some of the other shapes, because there's kind of like a little notch on the beak here. Like it's got a little bit of a rise. They could have made that like a dimorphic feature, maybe. Doesn't bother me. I appreciate that the head crest is colored. I'm going to put this in shared custody. I think this is mid-tier. Tapajara. So this one does not change the size of the crest. In fact, the male looks to have less colorization on the crest, which is interesting. Certainly a choice. The male seems to have less colorization in general. I guess there's a little bit going on there on the back. It's kind of the same. I think the female looks a lot better. This feels like frontier splotches and stuff. Like this feels like a genuine pattern on the crest. This feels like nothing. This doesn't feel like anything. I'm going to throw it a bone and put it in birthday tier because this isn't offending me as badly as the Pteranodon and Dimorphodon were, but this sucks. Thanatos. So no real difference in the silhouette between the male and the female. I like this animal, but I don't know if I've ever really liked the pattern a ton. I mostly just like it because Asdarchids are cool as fuck. And this one is a better scaled Asdarchid for the purposes of the game. The male's got a little bit more like the beak is kind of the display feature here, which is interesting. I can kind of appreciate that. I think the back of the crest is slightly different. Maybe? It's very subtle if so. It might just be the fact that there's a splash of color here that's different. I don't see how they can possibly do Rebirth as two DLCs. I think if anything, Rebirth will be kind of like how Micro got bumped. I could see them like cutting one animal from the Rebirth DLC and just putting it in a random DLC later. I honestly don't know how Rebirth is going to support one campaign DLC, much less two. I think the amphibian doesn't even get into the game. And maybe we see like a Neurognathus, or probably, I think a Neurognathus is the one that would get bumped. That's the most forgettable animal. How do I feel about this? It's not blowing my socks off, but I think it's probably perfectly fine. Like, the beak colorization is a unique take on a dimorphic male, which I appreciate the uniqueness. I think I'm going to put it right next to Ket's. I think this is perfectly fine. Trope. Okay, look. Svalbard Rana is probably a good baseline there. So if we take the female to compare to the male, this is just like, she exists and this guy's got a big splash of color. Crest is the keel or whatever you want to call it on the beak is about the same size. Not much else going on here. Yeah, they could honestly like bump Endorognathus from Rebirth and then put it in like a Pterosaur DLC with like Geolopterus and an insect feeder. If they wanted to do something like that, I think it'd be really shit to make the insect feeder DLC again, but I could see them doing it. I don't think this is like amazing, but it's okay. I think having a colored crest is better than like nothing. You think this is high tier? Really? Sell me on it. Why is this high tier? I was kind of feeling like this belongs with the Asdarchids, personally. Yeah, the Rebirth roster as it looks in the game is definitely very underwhelming. I completely agree. Like, I'll get the DLC, of course. I always will. But, like, if I was a discerning customer who wasn't just going to buy every DLC, you would really need to sell me on Rebirth with the campaign being good. And, like, a nice Rex variant, maybe. Standout features the kill, and it's very noticeably different between the two sexes. I mean, I get it, but, like, it is really just the color palette, which is not a bad way to do it. Alright, I'm willing to bump him up a tier for you, okay? We'll put him next to Geosternbergia. I'm okay with that. I don't have an issue with that. Alright, then we have the hybrids, and we're not going to bother ranking those. They can all just stay down here. In, like, non-gender tier. Let's zoom this up a little bit here. All right, boom. There's the final list in completion. Hot Dad tier: Guanlong, Loki, Ornithomimus, Psittacosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Myosaurus, Styracosaurus, Oshiraptor, Conchovenator, Admonosaurus, Irritator, Oviraptor, Protoceratops, Utahraptor, and Kahuajara. This is about what I would have expected going into this for like the top tier males. Maybe Kai wouldn't have really stood out to me because the animal offends me in general. Maybe that would have been a reason why I would have like expected it to be lower. And then maybe like a Monosaurus wasn't what I was really thinking about, but like if I would have took a moment to look at it, obviously it would have been up here too. Homer Simpson tier being with like Udi on top, Acro. This is where it starts to be animals that weren't really on like my radar for having particularly good males, but like taking the time to look at them, I'm like, yeah, that I get it. I see this has something that, you know, sets it apart. And then things like Herrera, where I'm like really like the male, but because the female was so bad, and it's like it's still not like an amazing design for the male, but it's just like a nice glow up. So those also kind of fall in here. This is a tier list like maybe I wouldn't have predicted who was in here very well if you just asked me flat, but like I don't think anybody really shocked me. And yeah, definitely the standout thing is the fact that every tier is like bigger than the last, right? Hot Dad and Homer Simpson tier are like the same, and then you get to like shared custody, and it's like one animal higher. Then birthday's one higher, and then we get to like left to go get cigarettes, and like it's horrible. There's an entire extra row of animals in here almost. And a disappointing amount of franchise animals. Like this is a recurring problem with the series where they do a lot of the classic animals real dirty, the film animals. Like you know, started with like Dominion and JWE2, they started doing a lot more film skins and a lot more film variants. And that helped to make those animals more accurate to their on-screen appearances. But then they never went back and fixed things like the Pachycephalosaurus, which just doesn't have a film skin. You can't make the film Pachycephalosaurus. And to me, that's crazy that's been left out. And is still just gone. Like, I think this is, like, pretty bad. I think it's pretty damning that so many of these animals are this low. For what is kind of, like, as far as animal modeling goes, like a a secondary but still core selling point. This is rather unfortunate. And like all the lagoon animals just kind of having phoned in males is not good either. Like, pretty rough. Anyway, this is almost a 3-hour video, so I think we should stop it. I should think we should end it here. And yeah, sound off in the comments if you think any of these are like egregiously misplaced, and how you kind of feel about this in general. Yeah. All right, we went super late now on this stream because we did this, and it took way longer than I was kind of thinking. Yeah, the dimorphism and breeding in general is like the main feature. I think for like the follow-up with like the babies would be the real damning one, where again this happens with the babies as well, I think. And then it's like, what are they even selling actually? But yeah, at least we got something out of this stream after the game shit the bed. That's something to post this week at least. I will post the aborted episode too, but yeah, this is something I've been meaning to do, and it seemed like a time to do it. So hopefully we get a species viewer and we can do a more easy take on the babies. That'd be great. You still think modular building is worse than this? It might be. The thing with modular building is I don't have like any other basis to go off of for that. Like, I can't point to another zoo game with modular building and be like, oh, this is clearly superior. So to me, it feels awkward and cumbersome, but I've also just never done that kind of thing in any game, so I just don't have the baseline. But yeah, I do feel like they do a rather poor job of like guiding the player into knowing how to use the tools they're given. And like it just becomes very obtuse to get into, very daunting. I don't know how to fix that beyond just having like a better explanation of the tooltips or something. I don't know. Your head was bleeding. A good time overall. Yeah, I might do a more comprehensive video on my problems with JWE3 because I've been thinking about that kind of thing a little bit. What is a new mechanic in the game I think is actually implemented well? The waterfalls, maybe? Do they count? I give the game maybe some points for having a little bit of ambition in the amount of new stuff they implement, but it all is kind of half-baked. Which to be, like, if I'm being real negative for a moment, kind of everything JWE has ever done has been half-baked, honestly. Like, the AI is half-baked, the territory system is half-baked. You know, the skin system is half-baked, frontier splotches are a thing. There's a bunch of awkward patterns and skin colors that it's just like, what are you doing? All the sauropods from base game look like shit. Like, yeah, it's another TED Talk. It is. It's on the list. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it because it's a little bit more involved. And I don't want to be one of those people who like peddles outrage, right? So I want to strike the right tone of like maybe trying to be a little hopeful criticizing this stuff, but like it needs to be criticized. And it's like I can forgive, like in JW2, I forgave a lot of the half-baked angles because at least the management was interesting for what it was, but now they've kind of ruined that for me in 3 as well. And I don't know if I've gotten enough in return for like the completely obliterated game balance. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm also kind of in a negative mood because, you know, the game killed my last park. like, that's not great. Like the third sandbox park we've ever built and it ends in a game-breaking bug. That's not good. Well, anyway, yeah, let's end the stream here. This has been too long. I don't need to be rambling until 2 a.m. So I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, I'm probably honestly going to go back to PK, Prehistoric Kingdom, sooner rather than later. I've kind of been feeling it, so we'll see if that happens in the next month or something, maybe. I don't know. I definitely, like, long term, I could see PK being the game we actually are playing over JWE in a year or something, but we'll see. PK could also shit the bed and, like, really mess some stuff up. But they've been taking their time to develop in a way that feels healthy to me. So. But yeah, everybody have a good night. I'll catch you later.